Well, good morning. Welcome to Wire to Wire. Track announcer John G. Dooley here at Horseshoe Indianapolis for a Derby celebration day. Great to have you with us with 9 races carded for those of you joining us here on track at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And of course, coming up later today, the 151st Kentucky Derby from Churchill Downs. Who's your top pick? Looking forward to the Run for the Roses from Churchill Downs coming up later today. But among our 10 races, we've got 8 thoroughbred races for all of you here at the shoe, plus 2 quarter horse nice allowance dashes to wrap up the program. Those quarter horse dashes will be the 9th and 10th of 10 races to be run live here today. Now, insofar as the track condition goes, we've got a muddy main track as we get closer here to the 10:45 opener. We had some races carded for the turf course, but Mother Nature certainly playing her hand, not only here, but at Churchill Downs, certainly making that impact weather-wise. But we've got a muddy track as we get closer to opening kickoff. Weather-wise, I mentioned here clouds, some showers also in the forecast, not only for here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, but certainly there in Louisville. We'll keep our eyes on the weather at Churchill Downs. Temperature-wise here, just around the mid to upper 50-degree range. The winds out of the northwest at 9 miles per hour, blowing out of the southwest, so a crosswind for the horses here today with the 8 thoroughbred races and a couple of those quarter horse dashes, and cloudy conditions at 10:02 a.m. with a 10:45 opener here today. Mentioning Derby celebration again, terrific to have you with us here at the races. Nice crowd starting to join us here at 10 o'clock with the early kickoff for our racing program. Our live card getting set to break in 43 minutes time. If you're joining us here, don't forget the first from Churchill Downs off at 11 o'clock. We've got some contests for all of you here today. Later, the Derby hat contest, and don't forget also, as part of our Derby Day celebration, a $3,000 mega bet giveaway. We'll be announcing those names as we get later through the afternoon here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, plus that always popular Derby hat contest. If you're joining us here on track, that's a $1,000 Derby hat contest, and participants will get a $5 wagering voucher if you just give us your email. Of course, we'd like to stay in touch with you here, not only for a Derby Day celebration, but throughout the course of this 123-day race meet here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, going all the way through the month of November. We've got Caesar's Day coming up this month, also the Indiana Oaks, Indiana Derby, and then in October we'll be talking about Indiana Champions Day, a new contest, by the way, roadtochampionsday.com. So if you're joining us here and taking part in the Derby hat contest, don't forget you'll get a $5 wagering voucher just for giving us your email. A lot of guests joining us here up in the clubhouse, but if you're looking for another food option, Damiana's is open now and taking credit cards. Damiana's Cuisine, located in the Family Pavilion on the north end of the grandstand, serving up some home-cooked Hispanic favorites. Great spot not only here on the north end of the grandstand, but also on the back of the track in the racing office building for our horsemen that join us here bright and early each and every morning. In addition to Damiana's Cuisine, also food trucks joining us here for a Derby Day celebration. They're also parked on the north end of the grandstand, so you might be checking out Damiana's Cuisine. Maybe you're getting a little hungry later on in the card as we get closer to the between the 6 and 7 o'clock hour with the running of the Kentucky Derby from Churchill Downs. We've got Weenies on Wheels, Dayton's Family Affair, Snowy, and Dirty Dough. They're today's food trucks here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Talking about the Derby Day celebration, a Caesars Racebook special Derby offer. Now, you might want to take advantage of that today. New users get a 100% deposit match up to $150. That's for new users and first deposits only. Players must place their wagers totaling 2 times their initial deposit to receive the match. And by the way, show wagers do not count. Don't blame me for that. That is the deal with the Caesars Racebook Derby offer today. Again, new users get a 100% deposit match up to $150. Horseshoe Indianapolis, of course, we're racing today. No live racing on Sunday. And then as we hit this new month, pretty much Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday cards during this month of May. Horseshoe Indianapolis Casino is open 24/7. If you're heading after the races to the casino, maybe you want to try your luck there, check out the Corvette. This month, we're having a Corvette giveaway during this month of May. You can drive away in a new Corvette. That'll be later this month, and you can have a chance to check out those wheels if you're heading to Horseshoe Indianapolis Casino. And of course, the casino here open 24/7. As we hit this first Saturday in May, we've got contests coming up after today's live racing program. No racing here on Sunday, but when racing resumes this upcoming race week, as I mentioned, Monday through Thursday, We've got contests for all of you horse players joining us here, not only on track, but tuning in beginning on Monday, the first 2025 edition, at least, of Dooley's Legends, for all of you handicappers that want to take part in that. And not only for those on track, but online players at horseshoeindycontest@gmail.com. Jockey's Agent Contest, that'll be back this month on Tuesdays. Tammy Knox, Rachel McLaughlin retooled this contest, so it's not new, but it's back in a new form, and it'll be here for the first time this coming Tuesday. Racing Rachel's Warriors, that kicked off as we began the 123-day meet here in April. Wednesdays are for winning for all of you Racing Rachel's Warriors, and that contest, Rachel's Warriors, for all of you on-track players only. And on Thursdays, starting this month, back in 2025, talking about the Exactamundo contest for all of you horse players here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Speaking of the track, cheers to our big sponsors in 2025. Back again, Brown-Forman, Breed Development, also Murphy Trailer Sales. They're back as the Winner's Circle sponsor here this season. Terrific customer service and loyalty since 1984. If you'd like to reach out to them, you can at 765-361-8803. Also, back for 2025, the tote board sponsor here is B&H Electric. They've got locations throughout the state. You can check them out on the web at www.bh-electric.com. Locations throughout the Hoosier State. They're the sponsors of our tote board. B&H Electric, really appreciate them and their sponsorship. Hubler Ford, new sponsor here in 2025, Indiana's giant Hubler Ford, with locations here in town and in Franklin. You can check them out on the web, Indiana's giant Hubler at drivehubler.com. We'd love to hear from all of you on social media. If you'd like to reach out to us, you certainly can. I was celebrating yesterday Good Cheers victory, another winner of the Rachel Alexandra Stakes, the Fasig-Tipton Fairgrounds Oaks taking out the Kentucky Oaks yesterday for trainer Brad Cox. By the way, Good Cheer, she's the Kentucky Oaks winner. She debuted right here at Horseshoe Indianapolis last season. So congratulations to her connections. If you'd like to reach out to us on social media, please do. You can reach out to me at John G. Dooley. Martha Clausen should be along later today talking about the 2 quarter horse allowance dashes to wrap up our card here for a Derby celebration. Martha at Martha Clausen on X. Racing Rachel, she's down there in Louisville. You can follow Rachel. She'll be back here on Monday when racing resumes. At least I think that's the plan. On X at Racing Rachel M, on Instagram at Racing Rachel M, and Brian Aragoni. You can reach out to Brian at Mr. B Analyst. 10 races on tap for a Derby celebration. 10:45 first post time. We showed you the weather, cloudy skies, and really the winds light at around 9 miles per hour. The main track is labeled muddy. Again, we're off the turf course. We were hoping to get a couple of turf races in for the first time this season here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, but not meant to be today. We've got a lot of scratches in those off the turf races, but an all main track card, the first of 10 kicking off at 10:45 a.m. And again, the main track is muddy. Don't forget, we've got that $3,000 mega bet giveaway. We've got a $1,000 hat contest we'll be talking about as we go through the course of the afternoon. Jimmy McInerney will be the MC for the hat contest, and also going through with his selections for today's racing program, including his thoughts on the 151st Kentucky Derby. But stay tuned. Quick commercial break. And by the way, another contest here today. Enter to win. Itoba, the sponsor of the $1 late pick 4 here each and every racing day. Your chance to head to the winner's circle. Get a win photo. You can register at the Itoba table outside for a chance to win a trip to the winner's circle today. Be featured in official win photograph. The great job that Cody Photo and the team do across the nation, including here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Don't forget the table right outside for your chance to win that Itoba contest today. And again, cheers to Itoba. They present each and every racing day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis the $1 late pick 4. As I noted, commercial break here on this Derby Day edition of Wire to Wire. When the show continues, racing analyst Brian Aragoni with his thoughts on today's big Kentucky Derby, and also Brian Aragoni will be laser focused in on the 50-cent early pick 5 kicking off with the 10:45 a.m. opener. Main track muddy. Until next time, that'll do it for me. Stay tuned. Brian Aragoni and the early pick 5 back with B on a Derby Day celebration from Horseshoe Indianapolis right after this.
It's back. Vacation at home sale at Family Leisure. Family Leisure has the largest selection of in-stock patio furniture at guaranteed lowest prices. Chat height to bar height and everything in between. Check out our selection of pergolas, pavilions, and other shade solutions. Make a splash this summer with a new swimming pool from America's largest pool dealer. Outdoor kitchens. Buy from stock or design your own. Melt away stress. We've got plenty of spas and swim spas priced to move. Vacation at home sale going on now at Family Leisure.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Welcome, whether you're on track or on that simulcast feed. We've got an excellent card for you. 10 as we crown the Kentucky Derby champion later on this evening. And speaking of laser focus, no, this is not a sponsored bid, but need a 5-hour energy every now and then. When you're handicapping, so many opportunities to make money, and we're thankful that we're able to be the first ones to kick off Kentucky Derby Day on Saturday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. First post about 33 minutes from now. We are off the turf, but still plenty of opportunities. Sometimes when those races come off the turf, you do deal with a lot of scratches. However, sometimes it actually creates some value because there's some really bad favorites in the mud more often than not. People, I'm not sure how they create their tickets or their form with off turf, but sometimes you can get some long shots even in those smaller fields. And what does tend to happen is those 4-horse fields, they pound chalk. All of a sudden, that favorite that on paper is really deserving of being probably around 7-5, 8-5, gets hit down to 2-5 or 3-5, and then all of a sudden another horse is a big overlay, and that's what can really happen in those off-turf events. So I'm hopeful we can find some of those today, where we're 32 minutes away. We're on a muddy main track. Hopefully that will continue to dry out. We do kick it off with a field of 6 set to go to the gate in the opener. 5 furlongs of distance. You've got some horses with some experience and some first-time starters. It's a challenging one. I had this horse on top despite the early money. Want to go home for John Ennis. Gabriel Size sees fit to only come in for one start. That usually means a lot for me. He probably had rides elsewhere, and do note he came in for one lone start in the past. He's a perfect 1-for-1 this season. No real strong opinions. Usually I would go to horses with experience, but I do think there's some talent in this race. 1, 2, 3, and 5, not a great way to kick off the card using 4 out of 6 horses in here, but it was a really difficult race for me to find any separation. Race number 2, we kick off that $1 minimum pick 4. Now, last week, our early pick 4 returned $182, and our early pick 5 returned $198. I think you're going to continue to see that gap diminish with the minimum increase from 50 cents to $1. It's a little bit more challenging. The takeout remains one of the lowest in the country for those pick 4s at 15%. And if your goal is to bet a little, win a lot, for many sports players who may be tuning in today, it's similar to a parlay. You have to get 4 races in a row right. It's kind of like a 4-team parlay. The more you use, the more it costs. But it's a great way to bet a little and win a lot. Scratch number 4 out of the second race. We'll stretch it out and go 1 mile in here. I'm going to go 3, 7, and 8. Cottage Garden, turf to dirt in play for Owen Hardy, Marcelino Pedroza Jr. That's the one to catch. But I'm going to use the other Brad Cox horse in here, Fugitive Star, who's 9-2, as he also had entered in number 2, Painted Desert, who's 2-1. That's the big stand I'm going to play against. Painted Desert at 2-1 has been the beaten favorite for Godolphin. The last 2 tries did have to take on Older last time. out, and I think that's a horse that can potentially be beat. Has burned a lot of money early on in her career, and a horse like Parking Lot Pours, Gennaro Garcia, Sammy Bermudez, maybe hasn't faced the stiff competition that some of the others have seen in here, but Gennaro and Sammy Bermudez are a capable team when they do team up, and I love when Gennaro claims elsewhere, ships in, and runs protected in here. 3, 7, and 8, and hopefully we can get a little separation by beating the favorite in the second. Race number 3, the first one that was originally carded to be on the turf, now run on a muddy main track. The distance, 1 mile and 70 yards in here. The third race, I'm going to go 1, 4, and 5. Give her another stretching out and on the dirt. Ran well over at Churchill Downs. Went off at 1,000,000 to 1 on debut, going 4.5. Brendan Walsh doesn't waste any races, so this one's certainly in with a big shot. Mackenzie River is a horse you may overlook. Aaron West, Samir Bermudez. This is a horse who only got 1 start, ran in a tough maiden special weight, and went off at 13 to 1 on debut. That's significant for a reason. Maiden special weight, running for an $80,000 purse, but it was also an 11-horse field, and this horse took some action. Now, you may be saying the horse was 13 to 1. What are you talking about? But half that field was over 20 to 1 that day. So did take a little bit of love on debut. Being by McKenzie could certainly be any sort, and who knows, maybe that was just a prep race for something to go long on the dirt here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Get one under her belt. Didn't run poorly, showed some speed, didn't show much finish. Maybe the extra ground will be what she wanted all along. She's been working very consistently here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and I think if she's anywhere near 20 to 1 when the gates pop, certainly worth a look in the win pools as well. And then number 5, Bella Alicia, Joe Rocco Jr., going to be calling the shots in here for John Ortiz. Ortiz gang got themselves a winner yesterday on Oaks card. They look for another one in here. 1, 4, and 5 as we roll into the 4th race, the hammer time of the day, and I am thankful that it comes in race number 4. Feeling confident about this one, and I'm going to single on both the early as well as the late pick 5. I don't think there's going to be any chance that we get Beach Dancer at 3 to 1. A horse who was bet all the way down to 3 to 5 on debut. When a horse takes a ton of love on debut, you know there's some barn money. You know the horse has been working and training well. Well, many people got burned that day on debut, but did come back to win at 3 to 5 again next time out. After that, the waters got a little bit deeper. Allowance ranks in against winners. Had some sneaky trouble trips where she was just a little bit green. Showed speed, didn't show much finish. I think she could come back stronger today. Gets weight break as well, and the blinkers come off. Hopefully she's matured both mentally as well as physically in here. Will be a single for me at 3 to 1 and likely a win wager as well for Beach Dancer, hopefully dancing in the rain and in the winner's circle when it's all said and done. The 5th race kicks off that late pick 4 as we inch ever so closely to the Kentucky Derby. By the time we're in the 5th race, we'll be halfway through our card, and they'll be just kicking things off over at Churchill Downs with those hour between each races. Another race that was gelding. I'm sure they'll be in state bred competition and stakes races throughout this season. However, I'm just not sure when you've got a stakes quality animal if they're fully cranked and ready to rock and roll, or if this is a preparation for one of those upcoming stakes races. Now, I will say about Who's Your Daddy Now is this is a horse who won off the layoff last year, so certainly ready to rock and roll for John Langmeyer last year at first asking, going 5.5 furlongs. I think it's likely, well, I've never trained a horse, let alone sat on a horse, but I think it's probably a little bit ready to get him more fit. Going 5.5 furlongs, 1 mile and 70 yards might be a little bit more challenging to ensure that endurance and that stamina. So Who's Your Daddy Now, a horse I expect big things from throughout this year. Just unsure if this horse is going to be fully ready to rock and roll. And then you've got the 7-year-old Hard Rye Guy. That horse is going to take a lot of love. May actually be favored when it's all said and done. Claimed for $10,000 back in October of last year. You don't see many 7-year-olds switching hands, but 3 for $37. I've just got my question marks. First race of the year, now 7 years old, in with a new barn. Tommy Medina can certainly get them ready to rock and roll. I just don't know if there's going to be much value there. Certainly the class of the field for Hard Rye Guy, it wasn't that long ago. That type of horse, Hard Rye Guy, would be running on over at Churchill Downs on days like today. Obviously, it hasn't planned out the way many of the connections thought it would, but does pick up paychecks each and every day. Did have a win last year as well. Made almost $30,000 in earnings last year, so that one could easily go off favor. But I'm going to go 3-9 in the fifth race. It's the Run for the Roses. It's Kentucky Derby Day. We've got a ton of action right here on track. The clubhouse is getting jam-packed right now. Grab your breakfast, grab some coffee, and join us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis for an excellent card. We've got 10 races, kicking off the pick 5, 24 minutes from now. And one thing I can guarantee is you won't sit in between our races for over 45 an hour long. We're going to get through them today, and we're going to give you plenty of opportunities to make some money as you prepare for the Kentucky Derby right here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. 24 minutes away, the best in the business, John Dooley, will take you through the scratches and changes, and we'll be off and running before you know it on the first Saturday in May.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
You've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum and we're ready for more.
Look around. Spring is here. And no matter what you're planning or planting, it's nice to know Hubler Ford's got you covered for 200,000 miles. During Hubler's Spring Forward event, save big on a new Ford. You pay what we pay. Ford employee pricing for everyone. So spring forward, knowing Hubler's got you covered for 200,000 miles.
DriveHubler.com.
Good morning from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us today for a Derby celebration. Hello, track announcer John G. Dooley. 10 races on tap here. Later today, the 151st Kentucky Derby from Churchill Downs. Here in town under cloudy skies, mid-50s. Main track is labeled muddy. Here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, we're off the turf course. No turf racing today, all main track hard. Main track labeled muddy. If you have your programs close by, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. Opening maiden juvenile fillies sprint. To start the 50-cent early pick 5 off, there are no changes in the 10:45 a.m. opener. All 6 run, no changes in the maiden juvenile fillies sprint at the top of the card. In the second of our 10 maiden miles, scratch number 4, Wicked Eyes. Number 4, Wicked Eyes has been scratched. In the third, the maiden is off the turf. The third race will now be run on the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. One of those taken today off the turf. Scratch number 3, Beach Wedding. The 6, Cheetah Lady. 7, Asteria. Scratch 8, Classic Tiramisu. Take out the 10, Lead the Way. 11, Dairy Girl. Scratch number 12, Januth. 14, Stormy Paradise. Take out the 15, Ability. And scratch the 16, Pepper Girl. Note number 13, Ride. Entered by Michelle Elliott as a main track only, will run. The MTO. Ride number 13 draws in. Scratch the 3-6, 7-8, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, and number 16 all have been scratched to recap. Number 1, Give Her Another, jockey change to Evan Roman. Evan Roman will ride number 1, Give Her Another, in the maiden. Following that, race 4, a sprint to start off a 50-cent pick 5. Here, no scratches. Number 1, Shanna Del Mar. A change of jockey to Fernando de la Cruz. Fernando de la Cruz will ride number 1, Shanna Del Mar. Race 4 starts a pick 5. On to the 5th race we go. Start of a $1 pick 4 presented by Itoba. Another taken off the turf course. Race 5 will be run on the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch 1, Porches. The 4, Amamam. Take out 5, The Count Is On. Scratch 6, Ocean Victory. 7, Funny Flame. 8, Real Fast. Take out number 11, Sovereign's Joy. Scratch 13, Pool Guy. 14, This Time. 15, Right On. And scratch number 6, Caballo Feliz. Scratch the 1-4, 5-6, 7-8, 11-13, 14, 15, and the number 16 all have been scratched. In the 6th race, here in the sprint, no scratches, all 9 run. Number 8, Neutron, a change of jockey to Santos Anjor. Santos Anjor on the 8, Neutron. In the 7th race, maiden taken off the turf course, will now be run on the main track. There's the new distance, 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch number 2, Tamarack Square. Number 2, Tamarack Square has been scratched. The 4, Blazing Eyes. The jockey will be Jose Gutierrez. And the weight's okay there at 120. Jose Gutierrez on the 4, Blazing Eyes. In the 8th race, there are no scratches. All 12 run in the maiden sprint. Number 10, Hitch Trailblazer. A jockey change to Santos Anjor. Santos Anjor on the 10, Hitch Trailblazer, and the maiden sprint. A couple of quarter horse allowance dashes to close out our live card here today. Track muddy. In the 9th race, there are no changes. Race 10, the final live one, due at 4:22. In the 10th race, there are no reported changes in the live finale. As a reminder, be sure to stop by the first floor OTB to register for today's Derby Mega Bet drawing. The drawing will be held at 5:30 p.m. later today. The winner will report to the first floor OTB and will select one horse in the 151st Kentucky Derby. They'll be given a $1,000 across-the-board wager on that horse and hopefully collect a lot of winnings. Register for today's Derby Mega Bet drawing in the first floor OTB. Horses being saddled for the opening maiden 2-year-old filly sprint to kick off a 10-race card. Under cloudy skies, temperatures roundabout in the mid-50s. The main track is labeled muddy. We'll have the opener due off in 10 minutes' time. Make it a great Derby celebration day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Please note in the opening maiden juvenile filly sprint, number 4, Mescool, will race with blinkers on. Equipment change. There it is, Justin. Number 4, Mescool, will race with blinkers on. Gary Lozier, front and center, bringing the horses onto the track for the first of the day. Kicking off the card with a maiden juvenile fillies sprint at 5 furlongs, a field of 6. Once again, number 4, Mescool. Equipment change, 2 blinkers on. Blinkers on, number 4, Mescool. Race 1 features exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, and starts at the 50-cent early pick 5. All main track card, again, we're off the turf course. 10 races, main track muddy. The opener, nearing off. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time. Maiden juvenile fillies sprint starts the 50-cent early pick 5. Main track labeled muddy. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Gabriel Saez with first-time starter. Wanna Go Home, the Instagram filly, first in. Fernando de la Cruz with Junior Miss Starlet coming up. Junior Miss Starlet has joined Wanna Go Home. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Dreaming Collect making her bow. Now Oscar Villarreal with Mescool. Debuted at Keeneland. Mescool coming up. Wanna Go Home, 9-5, the first favorite. Just a couple of fillies back. Santo Sanjor, the daughter of Maxfield. Piedra Preciosa. One more, Andres Calleja with Mescat, one of the 5 first-time starters at 5 furlongs, Main Track Money. It's the first of 10 races. The first on Derby Celebration Day. They're in the gate. Running out Horseshoe Indianapolis. Fast start for Dreaming Collect with the red cap. Right there is Mescool with blinkers on, going for an early bid. And Piedra Preciosa in the black cap and sleeves is right there with them as they dash past the half-mile pole. Mescat is a wide fourth. Wanna Go Home toward the rail as they round the far turn, just over 3 furlongs to go. And the gray Junior Miss Starlet trails here in the Saturday opener. They're being led by Mescool with Oscar Villarreal. Mescool narrowly. Right there, Piedra Preciosa coming with her bid. And Wanna Go Home, and the white cap is gearing up for a run with on the outside Mescat. Further back, Dreaming Collect and Junior Miss Starlet as these maiden 2-year-old fillies turn for home, and it's Wanna Go Home. Wanna Go Home has taken a short lead from Piedra Preciosa, who tries to go with Wanna Go Home. 1 furlong to go. Mescat is third as they come down toward the final 16th. Still a short lead for Wanna Go Home. Toward the inside is Piedra Preciosa, and on the outside, Mescat, who looks to join on the line. Blanket photo finish, a 3-way go. 3 noses. Piedra Preciosa, Wanna Go Home, Mescat, and a 3-way thriller. One minute, 1.12 seconds after the maiden juvenile filly sprint. 101.12. This is a blanket photo finish. 51625, Piedra Preciosa. 4-1 first. Nosedived on the line. 1 wanna go home. 2-1 just missed. A nose to the 6 Mescat at 5-1 third after a blanket photo finish. 2 Junior Miss Starlet fourth. 5-1, 6-2. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 5, Piedra Preciosa with Santo Santor. Race 1 official, Piedra Preciosa is a 2-year-old bay filly by Maxfield. And a Dancing Alone by King Bombo, bred in Kentucky, for Alex Doyle and Ray Hernandez. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Piedra Preciosa was the belle of the ball. First results in. Heart-pumping finish. 5-1 exacta, $31.60. 50-cent trifecta, 5-1-6, $46.30. With Junior Miss Starlet, that newcomer, fourth. The 10-cent superfecta of 5-1-6-2 paid $23.83. 1 minute, 1.12 seconds. Muddy track after the maiden juvenile fillies sprint. Race 2 next. And from the maiden mile, scratch number 4, Wicked Eyes. Number 4, Wicked Eyes has been scratched. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, start of the $1 early pick 4 on an all main track card. Post time in 21 minutes at 11:17. In all cases, please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers on this Derby Celebration Day early. Thank you. Coming up in a moment, our first replay of the maiden juvenile filly sprint. Hope you had a bet on the Maxfield filly, Piedra Preciosa. Running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Fast start for Dreaming Collect with the red cap. Right there is Mescool with blinkers on, going for an early bid. And Piedra Preciosa in the black cap and sleeves is right there with them as they dash past the half-mile pole. Mescat is a wide fourth. Want to go home toward the rail as they round the far turn, just over 3 furlongs to go. And the gray Junior Miss Starlet trails here in the Saturday opener. They're being led by Mescool with Oscar Villarreal. Mescool narrowly. Right there, Piedra Preciosa coming with her bid. And Wanna Go Home, and the white cap is gearing up for a run with on the outside, Mescat. Further back, Dreaming Collect and Junior Miss Starlet as these maiden 2-year-old fillies turn for home, and it's Wanna Go Home. Wanna Go Home has taken a short lead from Piedra Preciosa, who tries to go with Wanna Go Home. 1 furlong to go. Mescat is third as they come down toward the final 16th. Still a short lead for Wanna Go Home. Toward the inside is Piedra Preciosa, and on the outside, Mescat, who looks to join on the line. Blanket photo finish, a 3-way go. 3 noses. Piedra Preciosa, Wanna Go. They're in the gate.
What a finish that was. The babies putting on a show, 3 across the line, and a hard-fought finish for your number 5, which went off as an overlay and returned $10.80. Very impressive in the openers. The 2-year-olds setting us up for a great day of racing. We kick off that $1 minimum pick 4 just 10 minutes away on a muddy main track. Scratch number 4, Wicked Eyes, out of this event. Head down to the winner's circle. They're going to kick off right in front of the winner's circle, right where they all hope to finish. And I think it's one of the best things, seeing that gate pop, hearing the bell, and just hearing how quick they go from settled, the calm right before the gate opens, to all of a sudden thundering hooves down the track. I would encourage you to bring the family down to the winner's circle to see them start right in front of us. It's pretty impressive, the horsepower that is set to go 1 mile in here. 3-year-old fillies all looking for their first career victory in here, and I'm going to take a swing. This is a little bit of a long shot. Some others certainly would have a better percentage or better win candidate from a percentage standpoint maybe, but I think this is plenty of value in here. Parking Lot Pours, 4-1 on the board. Gennaro Garcia, he's perennially one of our leading trainers almost each and every year. He's winning at 21% early on this season, and this is something he does with success. He claims elsewhere, brings him to Horseshoe Indianapolis, and returns right to the winner's circle, and I'm hopeful he can do this with this 3-year-old filly by Speightster, a $30,000 claim from Patricia's Hope and Michael Tomlinson. Now, he does take this one off of a trainer who can be a little bit challenging to improve them on, so there is that. However, he's had this horse since February, been very patient, hasn't tried to fit in a race over at Hot Springs and Oaklawn or anywhere else. He's been patient with Parking Lot Pours, and I like when they claim and come back in a protected spot. He does not want to lose this 3-year-old filly at first asking. Sammy Bermuda is going to be calling the shots today. 5-1 morning line, currently right around there, 4-1. The DRF projections, which I do recommend you follow, have this one right around 6-1. So a value player in here, while the 2 and the 7 are going to take a lot of money. I do believe the 3 is likely to be overlooked and a win candidate for sure. Should be able to sit right off that speed and make one run late. We'll see if Parking Lot Pours can get Gennaro Garcia home a winner in here at 9-2. But a lot of people are going to be focused on the 2. The Brad Cox trainee that kind of jumps off the page, has been the beaten favorite in the first 2 starts of the career. But what about Fugitive Star, 3-year-old filly by Nyquist, who they paid $200,000 for, and Fernando de la Cruz sees fit. And de la Cruz is picking up right where he left off. He wins at 23% so far on the season. Turf to dirt in play. And what if I told you this horse maybe sprinting wasn't the A game for the Fugitive Star, the 3-year-old filly, sprinting maybe a little bit too short? Then they tried the turf. What if she's just wanting to go long on the main track all along? I do like this post. I'm not overly concerned with getting a wide journey. There is a scratch in here, so we'll break from post number 7, and you get a veteran rider who's going to be able to pick his spots and keep this lightly raced 3-year-old filly in the clear. I'm not sure she'll have to deal with too much mud or kickback in her face, because they'll be able to keep her on the outside, and she should be fit enough. Brad Cox horses are always fit, so fitness not a concern. Does have a very nice workout here, April 25th, in which they went over a wet track and did so pretty nicely as well. Kids class relief in here has faced tougher over at Ellis Park and the Fairgrounds. Turf to dirt in play with a key rider going out for a trainer who you'll see consistently, not only here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, but also at Churchill as well. 5-1, a great value piece in here. And then the 7, Cottage Garden, a big overlay at this point. The morning line odds professional made this one a 9-5 favorite, currently a 5-2 choice for Godolphin Racing, the homebred for Godolphin, donning those classic blue silks. This 3-year-old filly by Frosted is the most experienced of the group, but at the maiden special weight level, you don't always want to carry the most experience. 0 for 6 with 2 seconds and 2/3, but opts to be the one to catch to cash. Speed can take you a long ways, and oftentimes in the maiden races, if you have speed and you have the lead turning for home, it can be very challenging to pass. We just saw it in the opener at Churchill Downs. Horses get brave on the front end, and they will fight back and refuse to let someone pass. Another who goes turf to dirt has been running consistently down in Florida. That track is what I think not very comparative to or comparable to our track here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. I think we're maybe a little bit more of a deeper surface, a little bit more sandy, can be a little bit tiring. But this is a horse who has early speed and therefore a big chance. The finish has been the issue, and I'm not sure I see anyone else really going to keep Cottage Garden company on the front end. Maybe Painted Desert will show some speed, but Godolphin owns and trains both Cottage Garden as well as Painted Desert. So Painted Desert. So I'm not sure the instructions are going to be, hey, we own both of these horses. Let's go duel one another into submission. My guess would be one will take the lead, the other will sit back. We will see how it shall play out just 5 minutes from now when we kick off that $1 early pick 4. The riders getting the leg up. 7 will go to the gate. 1 will return a maiden no more. Best of luck.
Maiden filly stepping onto the track for the second race. This race will be run over the mile. A field of 7. Scratch 4, Wicked Eyes. Number 4, Wicked Eyes has been scratched. Race 2 with Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. Double pick 3. The Maiden Fillies mile starts the $1 early pick 4. Muddy track. 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Made in Phillies Mile starts the $1 early pick 4. Main track muddy, under a minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the maiden mile in front of starter Rank Kuick. Hanalehi with Miss Lovey Dovey. Jose Riquelme with 8-time started Super Maxima. Alberto Burgos with Statement Made going in for the mile. Super Maxima in. Luis Contreras with Painted Desert. Samuel Bermudez with Parking Lot Pours. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Cottage Garden. Painted Desert 4-5 favorite. Even money and one more Fernando de la Cruz, a Fugitive Star, like Painted Desert, both for Brad Cox. Seconds of the day from Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the game. They're off. Sharp start for Miss Lovey Dovey. Toward the inside, Painted Desert with, on the outside, Fugitive Star coming up with a bid as they enter the first turn. It's Miss Lovey Dovey to the early lead for Hanalehi with 7 furlongs to run. On the outside is Fugitive Star and Super Maxima, and the red cap is right there. Then the Godolphin 2. Painted Desert done on the outside. Cottage Garden, both in the royal blue. They're running in a 4th and 5th as they go to the back of the track. Then comes Parking Lot Pours, settled second to last, and Statement Made trails the Maiden Phillies Mile. The first 2 of 8 furlongs, muddy track in 24.55 seconds. It's Miss Lovey Dovey. Miss Lovey Dovey just leads a close-up Fugitive Star, who's right there with the leader for Fernando de la Cruz. Super Maxima saving ground for Jose Riquelme. Then between horses is Painted Desert, down on the outside Cottage Garden running in 5th. And 4 lengths off this leader, Miss Lovey Dovey, who leads them into the far turn. Parking Lot Pours is some 7 lengths from the front, and 5 more lengths back to Statement Made, who remains last. The half mile in 48.95 seconds around the far turn. So here comes Fugitive Star. Fugitive Star is taking a very short lead from Miss Lovey Dovey, who needs to kick now for the final quarter of a mile. Miss Lovey Dovey's dropped back from her early efforts. It's Fugitive Star. Right there is Parking Lot Pours and Painted Desert in between horses. They straighten away after 3/4. In 1 minute 14.21 seconds, Fugitive Star into the stretch. For Fernando de la Cruz, Fugitive Star is slipping away from them, has built up a 4-length lead past the 16th from Painted Desert, and on the outside Parking Lot Pours. Super Maxima 4th, well clear. The daughter of Nyquist, Fugitive Star, won by 4 from Painted Desert. Parking Lot Pours 3rd, Super Maxima back in 4th. $138.75 after the Maiden Fillies Mile. $138.75. Please hold all tickets until official. The steward's calling for an inquiry into the first turn run. Steward's inquiry concerns the first turn unofficial. 8-2-3-1-8 Fugitive Star. 2-1 first. 2 Painted Desert at 8-5 second. 3 Parking Lot Pours at 9-1 odds third. And 1 Super Maxima at 51-1 getting into the superfecta. So unofficial as of now. Steward's inquiry concerns the first turn. 138.75. Daughter of Nyquist, Fernando de la Cruz for Brad Cox, Fugitive Star at 2-1. There was an inquiry into the run into the first turn of the Maiden Fillies Mile. That inquiry has been withdrawn by the Horseshoe Indianapolis stewards. No changes will be made to the run order. It's 8-2-3-1. The result of the second race official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, the 8 Fugitive Star with Fernando de la Cruz. Fugitive Star, a 3-year-old chestnut filly, bred in Kentucky by Nyquist. Out of voting agreement by More Than Ready for Jonathan Coleman Racing Incorporated of Jonathan Coleman, trained by Brad Cox, assisted here in the Hoosier State by Ricky Giannini. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Fugitive Star out to the Maiden Fillies ranks. 8-2 Exacta paid $20.80. 50-cent trifecta, 8-2-3, $17.15. The 5-8 opening double, combining Piedra Preciosa with Fugitive Star, $51.60. Super Maxima 4th, the 10-cent superfecta, 8-2-3-1, paid $15.97. 7 ran, 138.75 muddy. On to the third we go. One of those taken off the turf course, all main track hard. The third race will be run on the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. 1 mile, 70 yards, scratch from the maiden. 3 Beach Wedding, 6 Cheetah Lady, 7 Asteria. Take out the 8 Classic Tiramisu. 10 Lead the Way. Scratch 11, Dairy Girl. 12, Januth. 14, Stormy Paradise. Scratch 15, Ability. And 16, Pepper Girl. Note 13, Ride, entered by Michelle Elliott as a main track only, will run. The MTO. Ride, number 13, draws in. Scratch the 3, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, and number 16 all have been withdrawn. Number 1, Give Her Another, a jockey change to Evan Roman. On 1, Give Her Another, Evan Roman. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Post time will be in 21 minutes at 11:50 a.m. Start for Miss Lovey Dovey. Toward the inside, Painted Desert with, on the outside, Fugitive Star coming up with a bid as they enter the first turn. It's Miss Lovey Dovey to the early lead for Hannah Leahy with 7 furlongs to run. On the outside is Fugitive Star and Super Maxima, and the red cap is right there. Then the Godolphin 2. Painted Desert on the outside. Cottage Garden, both in the royal blue. They're running in a 4th and 5th as they go to the back of the track. Then comes Parking Lot Pours, settled second to last, and Statement Made Trails, the Made in Phillies Mile. The first 2 of 8 furlongs, muddy track in 24.55 seconds. It's Miss Lovey Dovey. Miss Lovey Dovey just leads a close-up Fugitive Star, who's right there with the leader for Fernando de la Cruz. Super Maxima saving ground for Jose Riquelme. Then between horses is Painted Desert, and on the outside, Cottage Garden running in 5th. And 4 lengths off this leader, Miss Lovey Dovey, who leads them into the far turn. Parking Lot Pours is some 7 lengths from the front, and 5 more lengths back to Statement Made, who remains last. The half mile in 48.95 seconds around the far turn. So here comes Fugitive Star. Fugitive Star is taking a very short lead from Miss Lovey Dovey, who needs to kick now for the final quarter of a mile. Miss Lovey Dovey's dropped back from her early efforts. It's Fugitive Star. Right there is Parking Lot Pours and Painted Desert in between horses. They straighten away after 3 quarters. In 1 minute 14.21 seconds, Fugitive Star into the stretch. For Fernando de la Cruz, Fugitive Star is slipping away from them, has built up a 4-length lead past the 16th from Painted Desert, and on the outside, Parking Lot Pours. Super Maxima 4th, well clear. The daughter of Nyquist, Fugitive Star, 1 by 4 from Painted Desert. Parking Lot Pours 3rd, Super Maxima back in 4th.
Well, Fugitive Star gets it done in race number 2 at the shoe for Kentucky Oaks winning trainer Brad Cox, who won the Oaks yesterday. In fact, that was his third Kentucky Oaks. All three of those horses that Brad has won the Oaks with has raced right here with us at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And Fugitive Star tops in a Brad Cox exactly there in race 2. As we move on to race number 3 here, this race has been taken off the turf, a mile 70 on that muddy main. A slew of scratches, as you see, the 3, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 14 through 16 are all out. Be aware the 13 Ride has drawn in. That horse was entered for a main track only, and that's a horse we'll use on our ticket in here. So 9-1 on a horse that was hoping, one of the probably only people here hoping to be off the turf. So a lot of scratches in here, but we do have a lot of stuff going on here at the track today. We got that mega bet drawing. We have the Derby Day hat contest. As you probably see out on the apron, the food trucks are here. So a lot of stuff going on here at the track. Get involved. We have some live entertainment later on throughout the card here for you. But first and foremost, we have 10 minutes to race number 3 as we'll kick it off here. Kicks off another rolling pick 3. Right now, number 1, Give Her Another, currently 6-5 from the Brendan Walsh stable. This one gets a late jockey change to Evan Roman, and this one's 6-5 as you see the assistant trainer Brent tightening up that undergirth there on this 3-year-old daughter of Tiz the Law. And Tiz the Law horses offspring. This is their second season, really. This 3-year-old sophomores. It's his first crop, and they really like the wet dirt, and hits at 20%. And Brendan himself, when going from dirt to turf, hits at 29%. A lot to like about this one. Give Her Another, as Evan Roman, like I said, gets the leg up. This horse did debut on the dirt at Churchill Downs, was 5th, beaten 4 lengths. Pretty good race that day. The horse that was second for Steve Asmussen, Reliable Sources, came back and won a stake. Lovely Emma, you see on the chart there, serving time. So the horse has been facing good company. I think with the pedigree indicates to me the horse does want a route of ground, has drawn the inside, should be able to be up and on the pace here with Evan Roman, currently 7-5. Now, number 9, Yes Ma'am, 2.5-1 on the board as Fernando de la Cruz looks to get 2 in a row here. There you see on the screen being led around with those black blinkers on. Number 9, Yes Ma'am, comes to the barn of Johnny Ortiz. Johnny Ortiz, also a trainer who had a horse in the Kentucky Oaks yesterday. So getting some really good support from these nationally recognized horsemen here at the shoe. And Yes Ma'am, this is a daughter of Unified, who I like this horse on the dirt better than pretty much anybody. I don't like the price, but Yes Ma'am at 10-1. I did love her. I think she's a must-use on every ticket. Now, this one it does like the off-going. Pedigree indicates the horse likes that. The horse shows some recency in the form and does have some distance route races there back at Oaklawn and Hot Springs, Arkansas. In fact, the 2 best races on the form back in February and March of this horse's, the best numbers have came on the dirt and going a route of ground. And the best, in fact, is the one that you'll see on the good surface on March 9th was 6 beat 15 lengths, but they got a really good number, and that was a pretty good race. And Yes Ma'am, I think will be up and after it as well. Should be stalking right outside the pace setters. Now is drawn a little bit to the outside, but on that stretch out, I think the horse will display some speed and should appreciate the return to the route distance on this muddy surface. Does have a 367 Thomason rating. And that brings us to the horse I like a lot that's drawn in as an MTO. This one comes from the barn of Michelle Elliott, and his name is Ride. This one gets the services of the apprentice, Joseph Romero. So it gets a break in weight, gets 7 pounds off than the rest of the horses in here, has a 449 Tomlinson rating in this off-going. So Ride, I think, is one that really was hoping that the skies opened up, and Michelle has this one right now looking good in the paddock, 8-1. The horse has both route and wet off-track influences throughout the horse's pedigree on both sides. Of course, Candy Ride was undefeated, 6 for 6. This one, his progeny does hit at 20% on a wet dirt surface. So Ride, drawn to the outside, can dictate the terms. This one rallied from 8th last time, was 4th, beaten 10 lengths, did improve some position, but I think ultimately the horse does want more ground. Is drawn to the outside. Hopefully the apprentice can squeeze her out of the gate. She should show a little more speed on the stretch out and be up and within a few lengths of the pace here will be Ride, who is currently 9-1, the second longest shot on the board. So just 6 minutes to post here for race number 3. Race offers win, play, show, exacta, try, super, daily double. It does start another rolling pick 3 on races 3, 4, and 5. Again, a lot going on here at the track today. Appreciate you coming on out. Again, we have that mega bet drawing, the Derby Day hat contest. I think $1,000 up for grabs in all. Several prizes given away with that. We have a magic mirror, selfie station, and also the food trucks are here, live entertainment, and much, much more here at the track, in addition to 10 live horse races. Just 5 minutes for race number 3 at the Shoe. Good luck.
Gino bringing the horses onto the track for the third race. This race will be run on the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch from the maiden fillies, the 3 Beach Wedding, 6 Cheetah Lady, 7 Asteria, 8 Classic Tiramisu, 10 Lead the Way, take out 11 Derry Girl, the 12 Gemuth, 14 Stormy Paradise, scratch 15 Ability, and 16 Pepper Girl. 1 Give Her Another, the junkie Evan Roman. On 1 Give Her Another, Evan Roman rides the number 1. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes to get a bet on. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. All main track card off the turf. Main track money less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going down to the 1 mile, 70-yard start for the maiden. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Post time where it's 3-5 on Give Her Another. Evan Roman for Brendan Walsh. Now Joshua Morales with 4-time started Extreme Dream coming up. Joins Give Her Another. Samuel Bermudez with Mackenzie River. Joe Rocco Jr. with Bella Alessia. Like Yes Ma'am, both here in the maiden for Johnny Ortiz. Yes Ma'am, Fernando Ledo Cruz riding for a double. Pietro Preciosa and Fugitive Star, our first two maiden winners, and one more. Joseph Romero with Ride, runs as a main track only for Michelle Elliott. This one of 3 today, taking off the turf course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Main track remains labeled muddy. 3-5, Give Her Another, they're in the game. And they're off. Off to an even start. Mackenzie River in the red cap with toward the inside Extreme Dream. There's Yes Ma'am. Black with the green hoops going for an early run as they enter the first turn. Bella Alessia, Give Her Another, and Ride has dropped back to last year in the early stages as these maiden 3-year-old fillies go to the back of the track. So with Josh Morales, Extreme Dream leads at the 6.5, leads at 40-1. It's Extreme Dream who dictates the field from a close-up Mackenzie River. With Yes Ma'am running third, Give Her Another toward the inside running in fourth, Bella Alessia, and on the far outside, Ride has the white dots on the black sleeves. It's Extreme Dream. Takes them to an opening quarter in 23.48 seconds for the run to the half-mile pole, Extreme Dream. Extreme Dream leads by a half to 3/4 of a length from a close-up. Mackenzie River remains close in tow there for Samir Bermudez, with Yes Ma'am tracking them from third. To the inside for Evan Roman is Give Her Another, Bella Alessia between fillies, and Ride wide both turns. The half mile for Extreme Dream. The long odds leader, 48.62 with 3 furlongs to go. So here's Mackenzie River. Mackenzie River took a short lead from nearest the inside Extreme Dream, who's now under pressure to keep pace with these leaders. Mackenzie River with Yes Ma'am sweeping on the outside for Fernando de la Cruz as they come past the quarter pole. Yes Ma'am. Top of the stretch. Yes Ma'am. 3/4, 1 minute 13.58 seconds. Yes Ma'am. With a 5-length lead with 1 furlong to go. Give Her Another into second and pursues. But Yes Ma'am has a 4-length buffer zone coming past the 16th. And then Mackenzie River with Extreme Dream, Bella Alessia, and Ride. It's Yes Ma'am, the daughter of Unified. Yes Ma'am won by 3.5 from Give Her Another. Then a gap away to Bella Alessia with Mackenzie River on the wire. Extreme Dream and Ride, the main track only, never picked up. $143.85 after the maiden fillies. $143.85. 9-1 and then a show photo. Number 9. Yes Ma'am. 5-2 first. The 1. Give Her Another. 3-5 the runner-up. Close for third. Show up to the judges. A nose between fillies for third and fourth. Hold all tickets until official. Those silks, the black with the green hoops. The connections of last year's 150th Kentucky Derby winner, the Gassaways. Here Fernando de la Cruz or Johnny Ortiz. The Unified filly is out to the maiden ranks. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 9, Yes Ma'am, with Fernando de la Cruz for a running double on the card this morning. Yes Ma'am is a 3-year-old bay filly by Unified, out of Ma'am by Colonel John. Johnny Ortiz trains for Lance Gassaway. 4G Racing LLC, Sherilyn and Brent Gassaway, Daniel Hamby, and Daniel Hamby III. Those black and green hoops made famous a year ago by Mystic Dan in the 150th Kentucky Derby. Here today at Horseshoe Indianapolis, we congratulate the winning connections of this maiden filly, Yes Ma'am. It's a dead heat for third. A dead heat for third after race 3 between the 4, Mackenzie River, and 5, Bella Alessia, on the wire together for a show dead heat. 9-1, dead heat for third between 4, Mackenzie River, and 5, Bella Alessia. The judges can't split them. Noting with the dead heat for third, there will be a couple of winning trifecta and superfecta payouts after the maiden. The result of the third race official. Result confirmed by the judges. Here come the pays. The 9-1 exacta returned $13.80. 50-cent trifecta, 9-1-4, $5.25. With a dead heat for third, 9-1-5, 50-cent trifecta paid $4.25. First pick 3 this morning. 50-cent pick 3 after the maidens. 5 with the 8 with the 9, yes ma'am. $44.70. 8-9 double paid $22.20. Couple of winning 10-cent superfecta payouts. Dead heat for third between 4, Mackenzie River, and 5, Bella Alessia. 9-1-4-5, dime superfecta, coming back $1.98. 9-1-5-4, that 10-cent superfecta paid $1.68. 5 rand, 143.85. Main track here remains labeled muddy, all main track card. We go to the 4th, and then the next sprint, there are no scratches, all 8 run. 1, Shanna Del Mar. Change of jockey to Fernando Leto Cruz, already with a couple of wins on the card on this Derby celebration day. Fernando Leto Cruz on 1, Shanna Del Mar. Exacta trifecta superfecta, double pick 3 and start of another 50-cent pick 5. Post time in 20 minutes at 12:23. Three to 5. Give her another. They're in the game. And they're off. Off to an even start. Mackenzie River in the red cap with toward the inside Extreme Dream. There's Yes Ma'am. Black with the green hoops going for an early run as they enter the first turn. Bella Alessia, Give Her Another, and Ride has dropped back to last year in the early stages as these maiden 3-year-old fillies go to the back of the track. So with Josh Morales, Extreme Dream leads at the 6.5, leads at 40-1. It's Extreme Dream who dictates the field from a close-up Mackenzie River. With Yes Ma'am running third, Give Her Another toward the inside running in 4th, Bella Alessia, and on the far outside, Ride has the white dots on the black sleeves. It's Extreme Dream. Takes them to an opening quarter in 23.48 seconds for the run to the half-mile pole, Extreme Dream. Extreme Dream leads by a half to 3/4 of a length from a close-up. Mackenzie River remains close in tow there for Samir Bermudez, with Yes Ma'am tracking them from third. To the inside for Evan Roman is Give Her Another, Bella Alessia between fillies, and Ride wide both turns. The half mile for Extreme Dream. The long odds leader, 48.62 with 3 furlongs to go. So here's Mackenzie River. Mackenzie River took a short lead from nearest the inside Extreme Dream, who's now under pressure to keep pace with these leaders. Mackenzie River with Yes Ma'am sweeping on the outside for Fernando Leto Cruz as they come past the quarter pole. Yes Ma'am. Top of the stretch. Yes Ma'am. 3/4, 1 minute 13.58 seconds. Yes Ma'am. With a 5-length lead with 1 furlong to go. Give Her Another into second and pursues. But Yes Ma'am has a 4-length buffer zone coming past the 16th. And then Mackenzie River with Extreme Dream, Bella Alessia, and Ride. It's Yes Ma'am, the daughter of Unified. Yes Ma'am won by 3.5 from Give Her Another. Then a gap away to Bella, 3 to 5.
Rocking and rolling right along here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Still on a muddy main track. It's drying out, but ever so slowly here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, where we kick off the late Fire 5, 11.99% takeout. The lowest takeout in the entire country at this moment for that pick 5. So if you got an opportunity, if you don't tune in very often, you're like, what's the pick 5? It's similar to a parlay, somewhat similar to a parlay. You have to get the next 5 races right. You can use however many horses you want, but the more combinations you use, the more it will cost you. It's a 50-cent base minimum in here, 8 minutes away from the upcoming 4th race. No scratches, no changes. 3-year-old state-bred fillies running for a very nice purse, just under $40,000, 5.5 furlongs. Going to be the distance, and we got a talented group in here assembled, but I happen to fancy Beach Dancer. Now, this 4-year-old filly, she cost me a lot of money last year. I mean, she got hammered in a lot of her starts, and she only had 1 win to show for it with 4 races, but she's got tactical speed, doesn't necessarily need the lead. I like that she's drawn closer to the outside today. She's been working consistently in the morning, put up a 35-1 bullet on March 11th, and then came right back with a 47 flat April 2nd. So it's been training well. The blinker's coming off, which hopefully indicates that she's matured a little bit from her 3 to 4-year-old season. And she's the hammer time. She is the BA's hammer time of the day. I found it challenging to find a single in that early and late Fire 5, and she happens to cover both of them. So we're going to make her the hammer time with that sweet graphic on the screen. And we're going to find out 7 minutes from now whether today we are the hammer or the nail. But I am hopeful that on Kentucky Derby Saturday, we find the first hammer time of the season. And she's a great bet in here, 5-2. This isn't a hammer time. You're not going to see many hammer times this season that are going to be 3-5 or 2-5. We're trying to find value, trying to create value. Certainly not your most likely winner. If I wanted to have a most likely winner candidate, that may land elsewhere. The hammer times are going to be the horses that I think you can bet and make some money and have some value to them. Beach Dancer, just that, 5-2. Reeler's going to take some love, as is B flat out as well. But I think there's upside with Beach Dancer, who's lightly raced. She gets the blinkers off today. We get the 5-pound apprentice rider in here, and I think Beach Dancer, if she can show the talent that she's shown in the morning and bring it to the afternoon, Beach Dancer will give us a hammer time winner at 5-2. But we're going to have to deal with Reeler, Luis Contreras, and Randy Klopp. Klopp got off to an extremely hot start. Since then, regression to the mean, but 15% is still nothing to sneeze at. Reeler's a consistent sort. 4 for 5 in the top 3 herself, and this 4-year-old filly looks kind of like her daddy, Mo Heyman. She's kind of got that gray look to her. Hasn't been seen since last year off of a good second-place finish, and she can run well at first asking. Now, off of a layoff, you never know how they're going to run. However, this is a horse who, it should not be overlooked, that she won her debut. In fact, she not only won her debut, but she actually romped. She broke sharp. She ran well. It was a determined win. Burgos has been aboard each and every start. Now, he's not aboard today. Contreras is going to pick up the mount in here. Burgos lands on the 8, Cam's rockin' gold. But Contreras is going to pick up the mount in here on the gray Reeler. And Contreras and Klopp have been winning at 25%. So nothing to be worried about that Burgos chose the 8 over the 3. Contreras and Klopp are doing plenty fine, winning at 25%. After that, we'll take a look at the deuce. Molly's Aussie, kind of a long shot play in here, but taking some action. 15-1 morning line bet right now, heavily 5-1 on the board for Tiana Richardville. She's off to an excellent start. Took her a while to win last year, but she's gotten multiple photos taken already this season, winning at 16%. And her horses are running very well off the layoff. This one could be the one to catch the cash. And you've seen horses on the lead can get very brave on the front end, and Molly's Aussie could be just that. It's late Fire 5 time. We're going to single the hammer time. We'll know right away whether our pick 5 is live, or we'll be diving into that Itoba pick 4. A talented field of 8 girls, all bred in the great state of Indiana, take the main stage as we kick off today's late Fire 5. That good-looking girl on your screen right there, that's Beach Dancer. The hammer time of the day. We'll find out if we're the hammer or the nail 4 minutes from now.
Separating for the fourth race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. This sprint at 5.5 furlongs, a field of 8. No scratches, won Shanna Del Mar. Again, the jockey Fernando de la Cruz, already with a couple of wins on the card. Fernando de la Cruz on 1, Shanna Del Mar. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Sprint starts another 50-cent pick 5. 2 minutes. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time for the Fillies Mare Sprint. All 8 run. Start of a 50-cent pick 5 on the card. Main track remains labeled muddy. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Shenna Del Mar, Fernando de la Cruz with a double on the card. Simmer Ramirez, B flat out, has joined Shenna Del Mar. Evan Roman with Molly's Aussie. Joe Rocco Jr., What About Now is in. Luis Contreras, Wheeler coming up in the maroon. Tap the line, Santos Sanjor. On the opener. Now Oscar Villarreal with Beach Dancer. 8-5 favorite Beach Dancer and one more. Up comes Cam's Rock and Gold. Alberto Burgos won the riding title here last season. They're in the gate. And they're off. Nice line out. Quick away, Molly's Aussie with Cam's Rock and Gold on the far outside. And there's Beach Dancer for Oscar Villarreal. So Beach Dancer making her 4-year-old seasonal bow. She's crossed over in front of Molly's Aussie. B flat out showing positional pace to run in third. What About Now is fourth. Wheeler looking to make headway with the rail. As they go past the half-mile pole, Cam's Rock and Gold is wide. 9 from Beach Dancer, who leads the charge around the far turn. Shenna Del Mar and Beaten for Speed. Tap the line trails the Phillies Mare Sprint. The quarter was passed in 22.68 seconds, coming toward the quarter pole. Short lead, Beach Dancer. B flat out now looms up for Simmer Bermudez. As they turn for home, on even terms, 6 clear from Molly's Aussie. Wheeler toward the inside. What About Now straightens away in 5th, and then further back to Cam's Rock and Gold. Shenna Del Mar and Tap the Line is last. Beach Dancer's a furlong away. Beach Dancer leads. A fully extended B flat out by 3. Coming inside the final half furlong. Wheeler's third running on, and then Shenna Del Mar. They're close to home with Oscar Villarreal. Beach Dancer comes back on top. Won by 5.5 from B flat out. Third close. Third a nostril between Shenna Del Mar with Wheeler. We're standing by for the run order from the judges after race 4. The top 2 posted 4, 5, and then a show photo. Very little in that show photo. First, number 4, Beach Dancer at 6-5. Number 5, B flat out at 5-1 was the runner-up. First run of 2025 for Beach Dancer. Takes out the Phillies Mare Sprint. Thirds on the bob. Thirds up to the judges. Oscar Villarreal getting on the meet score sheet. Here for Tim Eggleston. Matt Kwiatkowski's 5-1-4 Racing. Beach Dancer at 6-5 home. We're still standing by for the result of the show photograph. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, number 4. She was the 6-5 favorite Beach Dancer with Oscar Villarreal. Beach Dancer is a 4-year-old Bay Filly by Cloud Computing and a Bears True Gal by Yes Is True. Bred here in the Hoosier State. Tim Eggleston trains for Matt Kwiatkowski's 514 Racing LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Beach Dancer, back to win her 4-year-old seasonal bow. Another show dead heat here on the Saturday card on Derby Celebration Day. Dead heat here after the Fillies mare sprint for third between 1 Shanna Del Mar and 3 Reeler. 1 and 3 this go around in a show dead heat between the 1 and 3. There'll be a couple of winning trifecta and superfecta payouts after race 4. Stand by for the official. Dead heat for third. The result of the 4th race is now official. The 4-5 exacta paid $29.80. 9-4 double $27.40. Once again, with a dead heat for third between 1 Shanna Del Mar and 3 Reeler, a couple of winning trifecta and superfecta payouts. The 10-cent superfecta 4-5-1-3, $14.59, 4-5-3-1. That dime superfecta $11.14. The 50-cent trifectas 4-5-1, $26.10, 4-5-3. That trifecta paid $8.70. And the 50-cent pick 3 on races 2, 3, and 4, 8 with the 9 with the 4 Beach Dancer. 50-cent pick 3 paid $21.95. Race 5 is next on the docket. Race 5, 1 of 3 taken off the turf course. Main track remains labeled muddy. Distance 1 mile, 70 yards. Scratch from the 5th race, the 1 Porches. 4 Anaman. 5 The Count Is On. Take out 6 Ocean Victory. 7 Funny Flame. Scratch 8 Real Fast. Number 11 Sovereign's Joy. And scratch the also eligibles 13 Pool Guy, 14 this time, 15 Right On, and the 16 Caballo Feliz. With those scratches from the off the turf race 5, no superfecta wagering. No superfecta will be featured. 1 mile and 70 yards. Recapping, scratch 1-4, 5-6, 7-8, 11-13, 14-15, and number 16 all have been scratched. Race 5 will feature exacta, trifecta, Double pick 3. Start of the $1 pick 4 presented by iToba. Post time 12:56. And they're off. Nice line out. Quick away, Molly's Aussie with Cam's Rock and Gold on the far outside, and there's Beach Dancer for Oscar Villarreal. So Beach Dancer making her 4-year-old seasonal bow. She's crossed over in front of Molly's Aussie. B flat out showing positional pace to run in third. What about now is fourth. Reeler looking to make headway with the rail. As they go past the half-mile pole, Cam's Rock and Gold is wide. 9 from Beach Dancer, who leads the charge around the far turn. Shanna Del Mar and Beaten for Speed. Tap the line trails the Phillies Mare Sprint. The quarter was passed in 22.68 seconds, coming toward the quarter pole. Short lead, Beach Dancer. B flat out now looms up for Simmer Bermudez. As they turn for home, on even terms, 6 clear from Molly's Aussie. Reeler toward the inside. What about now straightens away in 5th. And then further back to Cam's Rock and Gold. Shanna Del Mar and Tap the Line is last. Beach Dancer's a furlong away. Beach Dancer leads. A fully extended B flat out by 3. Coming inside the final half furlong. Reeler's third running on, and then Shanna Del Mar. They're close to home with Oscar Villarreal. Beach Dancer comes back on top. Won by 5.5 from B flat out. Third close. Third a Nostril between Shanna Del Mar with Real.
Here we are back at Horseshoe Indianapolis, where Beach Dancer, an impressive winner in the fourth. The Beach Dancer previously had not really shown the ability to fight back or push on pass, but today breaks sharply, was headed at the top of the lane by a game runner, but repelled the challenger, and Beach Dancer kicks off that late fire 5 with a favorite 440 returned on the front end. Race number 5 kicks off the Itoba late pick 4, $1 minimum. Best of luck if you're still alive in the early pick 5 or early pick 4. Payout should be fairly generous despite some scratches along the way. Allowance competition in here, a race originally carded for the turf. Now on the main track, 1 mile and 70 yards. Numbers 2, 3, 9, 10, and 12 are the brave that will go on a good main track. Do note that track condition upgraded now from muddy to good, as it's a beautiful day here in Horseshoe Indianapolis land known as Shelbyville, Indiana. In the upcoming 5th race, I'm going to try Del Rayo. Santo Sanzer are going to be aboard for Cipriano Contreras. He owns and trains this 4-year-old gelding by West Coast. Claim for $30,000 from Gary and Mary West and trainer Brad Cox. Now, it's challenging to upgrade a horse off of a talented trainer like Brad Cox. We just saw him win at Churchill Downs, and an Indiana bred and Vagold run 4th in a stakes race on Kentucky Derby Day. So congratulations to those connections, but I digress and go back to upgrading off of trainers like Brad Cox. Well, Del Rayo, since that claim, has 2 wins and 2 seconds and has amassed over $82,000 in earnings. Now, much of the success, in fact, 2 of the 3 victories, have come on the synthetic. The lone win actually came at Churchill Downs, going 1 mile and 16. So I think Del Rayo deserves a long look in here. I was hoping to get a little bit of a value play despite the small field. I think number 9 is a deserving favorite, and I believed Hard Ride Guy would likely go off as your second choice, but it looks like Del Rayo getting some action in here. Projects to be the early speed, doesn't necessarily need the lead. In fact, on debut, sat off of horses and came with a good run over at Churchill Downs. So if they decide to go fast, if they want to go quick on the front end, I think Santo Sanzer is going to bide his time, but it looks like his lead, if he wants it, at 5-2, and he should have the lead at least turning for home before the classy Hoosier Daddy, now the Indiana bred, taking on Open Company, going to make a run at him. And number 9 is likely to go off favored in here, currently even money on the board. John Langmeyer can have them cranked and ready to go. He doesn't have the biggest stable, but the ones he sends to the starting gate are certainly ready to rock and roll. He picks his spots nicely. He's winning at 25% around the country. He's 1 for 3 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and this is a horse who's gone off favored in the last 2 starts, one of them a $250,000 stakes race in the Unreachable Star Handicap, the other in an optional claimer. Now, both those races were last year. Hasn't been seen in a long time. 6-5 on the board. Should get first run on the leader turning for home. Hoosier Daddy now, an Indiana bred, trying to make us proud as we're 7 minutes away from the Itoba pick 4.
A horse is called post right now, the fifth race. Again, this is one of three today taken off the turf course, all main track card. Main track now upgraded from muddy to good. Main track officially listed good. This race will be run at 1 mile and 70 yards. A field of 5. Scratch 1 Porches, 4 Adamon, 5 The Count is on. Take out 6 Ocean Victory, 7 Funny Flame, 8 Real Fast. Scratch 11 Sovereign's Joy, 13 Pool Guy, 14 this time 15 Right On, and 16 Caballo Feliz. No superfecta wagering, exacta trifecta. Double pick 3 starts at the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. Main track now labeled good. 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time start to the $1 Itoba late pick 4. Main track now labeled good. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going down to the 1 mile, 70-yard start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading Alberto Burgos with Kentucky Go-Go. Now Del Rayo, Santo Sanjor won the first of the morning. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with Who's Your Daddy Now, making his 4-year-old seasonal bow. At 1 mile, 70 yards, just a couple in the back, Luis Contreras with Hard Rye Guy. Who's Your Daddy Now, 7-5 favorite, one more. Sammy Bermudez with Stonemont Reunion. Main track here now labeled good. Here comes the fifth Olin. And they're off. Kentucky Go-Go with Del Rayo. Right there is Who's Your Daddy Now, the Gray Stonemont Reunion, and Hard Rye Guy. As they make their way into the first turn, it's Del Rayo to the early lead for Santo Sanjor. On the outside is Who's Your Daddy Now. First run of 2025 for Who's Your Daddy Now, who pursues Del Rayo as they go to the back of the track. Kentucky Go-Go, black with the gold chevrons, Stonemont Reunion, and Hard Rye Guy in between rivals. So Del Rayo to the early advantage, covers a quarter, good track in 24.26 seconds. Del Rayo in front as Stonemont Reunion comes up on the outside now with a bid for Sammy Bermudez for the run to the half-mile pole. They're 3/4 length apart. With Who's Your Daddy Now running in third for Marcelino Pedroza Jr., Luis Contreras and Hard Rye Guy in fourth, and into the hands of Alberto Burgos, Kentucky Go-Go now trails the quintet. Half-mile 47.56 seconds. They enter the far turn, still aiming for Del Rayo, who takes them to 3 furlongs out. Stonemont Reunion close up on the outside. Hard Rye Guy, Who's Your Daddy Now, is put to pressure to raise an effort now. Who's Your Daddy Now is dropped back in fourth, and still 7 more lengths astern to Kentucky Go-Go. Stonemont Reunion, Del Rayo, Hard Rye Guy, Who's Your Daddy Now, and Kentucky Go-Go as they turn for home. 3/4, 1 minute 12.21 seconds. With the rail is Del Rayo. Stonemont Reunion between horses, and they're headed by Hard Rye Guy, who's taken the lead in the final furlong for Luis Contreras and is starting to pull away from them. Hard Rye Guy has kicked away to a 4-length lead in the shadow of the wire. Hard Rye Guy won by 5 from Stonemont Reunion. Del Rayo finished third. .142.57 with the track now upgraded from muddy to good. 142.57 seconds. 10-12-3. There was no superfecta. The 9 was fourth. 10 Hard Rye Guy. 7-1 first. 12 Stonemont Reunion. At 9-2 on the gray runner-up. 3 Del Rayo. At 2-1 third. 9 Who's Your Daddy Now, making his 4-year-old seasonal bow fourth. And Kentucky Go-Go last to 5. 10-12-3-9-2 the full order. Hold all tickets until official. Luis Contreras with another victory here at the meet. Here for Tomas Medina at 7-1. Hard Rye Guy. The result of the fifth race official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 10 Hard Ride Guy with Luis Contreras. After many seasons riding up at Woodbine in Toronto, based here at Horseshoe Indianapolis this year with his fourth of the meet for Luis Contreras on Hard Ride Guy. The winner is a 7-year-old Chestnut Gelding, bred in Kentucky by Heartspun. Le Pomme d'Amour by Flower Alley. Thomas Medina trains for Blanca Salazar. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Hard Ride Guy. Results and prices after race 5. 10-12 exacta paid $76.40. 50-cent trifecta, 10-12-3, $72.20. 4-10 double paid $43.80. There was no superfecta. 50-cent pick 3 on races 3, 4, and 5. 9 with the 4 with the 10 Hard Ride Guy, $42.10. The $1 early pick 4. 8 with the 9 with the 4 with the 10, $364.60. And result on the 50-cent early pick 5. 5 out of 5. 5, 8, 9, 4 with the 10. Return $980.15. Good track, 142.57 after the running of race 5. In the 6th of our 10 here on Derby Celebration Day, who's your Derby pick? Race 6 will be a sprint here. There are no scratches, all 9 run. 8 Neutron. Santo Sanjor has a win on the card. Santo Sanjor on 8 Neutron in the sprint. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. First 10-cent grand high 5. Pentafecta featured here on the Saturday card. Double pick 3. Post time will be in just over a half-hour time at 1:38.
Hello, everybody. G-Note here in the Winner's Circle with my buddy Riker. Riker is holding up an amazing T-shirt, Road to Louisville, right?
Yep.
Love it. And you can get these with a social media check-in. If you'll go here, take out your phone, check in on your social media, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, any of those medias that you can look and like in Horseshoe Indianapolis, and we'll be good. We also have calendars and hats and a whole bunch of other things. So smile for Rick when you come down here. We'll get you a calendar of all the events that are taking place here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Come on down, show me your media, and we'll get you a gift to take home. Enjoy your day. Good luck here at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
With fans checking in here at Horseshoe Indianapolis on this Derby Celebration Day. Again, great to have you with us. To remind everyone, be sure to stop by also after you check in today at the Winner's Circle at the First Floor OTB. Be sure to register for today's Derby Mega Bet Drawing. The drawing will be held at 5:30 p.m. The winner will report to the First Floor OTB and will select one horse in the 151st Kentucky Derby. They'll be given a $1,000 across-the-board wager on that horse and hopefully win big. Be sure to register First Floor OTB for today's Derby Mega Bet Drawing. Tholen. And they're off. Kentucky Go-Go with Del Rio. Right there is Hoosier Daddy Now, the Gray Stomont Reunion, and Hard Ride Guy. As they make their way into the first turn, it's Del Rio to the early lead for Santo Sanjor. On the outside is Hoosier Daddy Now. First run of 2025 for Hoosier Daddy Now, who pursues Del Rio as they go to the back of the track. Kentucky Go-Go, black with the gold chevrons, Stomont Reunion, and Hard Ride Guy in between rivals. So Del Rio to the early advantage, covers a quarter. Good track in 24.26 seconds. Del Rio in front as Stomont Reunion comes up on the outside now with a bid for Simmer Bermudez for the run to the half-mile pole. They're 3/4 length apart. With Hoosier Daddy Now running in third for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., Luis Contreras and Hard Ride Guy in fourth. And into the hands of Alberto Burgos, Kentucky Go-Go now trails the quintet. Half-mile 47.56 seconds. They enter the far turn, still aiming for Del Rio, who takes them to 3 furlongs out. Stomont Reunion close up on the outside. Hard Ride Guy, Hoosier Daddy Now is put to pressure to raise an effort now. Hoosier Daddy Now is dropped back in fourth, and still 7 more lengths astern to Kentucky Go-Go. Stomont Reunion, Del Rio, Hard Ride Guy, Hoosier Daddy Now, and Kentucky Go-Go as they turn for home. 3/4, 1 minute 12.21 seconds. With the rail is Del Rio. Stomont Reunion between horses, and they're headed by Hard Ride Guy, who's taken the lead in the final furlong for Luis Contreras and is starting to pull away from them. Hard Ride Guy has kicked away to a 4-length lead in the shadow of the wire. Hard Ride Guy won by 5 from Stomont Reunion. Del Rio finished third. Tholen.
tell us about your Kentucky Derby mount.
I mean, I got to be on the horse because Beckman brought the horse down to Turfway. He was planning eventually going to get the horse into the Derby, but I mean, you know, it's hard to get horses into the Derby, and he brought the horse down, and he always like always put me in horses in here in Horseshoe, and he got the thought to put me on the horses. He talked to the connection, and they approved, they agreed for me to ride the horse, and we get the job done. We got 50 points for the Derby, and we're in.
So tell me about the horse. What's his temperament like?
I think the horse is one of those horses that you can do like everything you want with him. He's very classic. He's very honest. I got the opportunity to jump on him before last Saturday, and he went out there to the track. He does everything perfect, like jog back, wrong way to the wire. He did everything like nice and easy, turning around, gallop, easy gallop. He didn't feel that strong going into the pole, but as soon as he started picking up the pace, I can feel like how much power he has, and that's all. I think he's a very talented horse.
Well, we are rooting for you, and I'm going to be there working. And I just told you, I will be in that winner's circle if you win. Okay?
I will.
Because yep. If you see me trying to break in and they won't let me in, be like, Rachel.
I know that plan.
I know that plan. Let her in. All right. Well, good luck.
Thank you.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
You've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum, and we're ready for more.
Look around. Spring is here. And no matter what you're planning or planting, it's nice to know Hubler Ford's got you covered for 200,000 miles. During Hubler's Spring Forward event, save big on a new Ford. You pay what we pay. Ford employee pricing for everyone. So spring forward, knowing Hubler's got you covered for 200,000 miles.
DriveHubler.com.
Hello, once again, Rays fans. Halfway through this live racing card here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. 5 races down, 5 to go. Almost halfway through at Churchill as well. Prior to this race, you seen that interview with jockey Joe Ramos, our multiple leading jockey champion here. He's won the jockey title here a couple of years. He's repping Horseshoe Indianapolis today. He has a mount in the Kentucky Derby on Flying Mohawk. In fact, Indiana is well represented as Steve Asmussen, Brad Cox, and also Cambridge City, Indiana, just down the road. Native from there, trainer Ethan West, young trainer, 32 years old, has a horse in the Kentucky Derby as well. So a lot of rooting interest for those of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Now, race number 6 coming up in just 11 minutes as we progress through this card is an Indiana bred race. It's a non-winners of 2 other than, meaning horses have not won 2 races other than a maiden claiming, optional, or a starter race, or never won 3 in their lifetime. They'll go 6 furlongs in the distance. Right now, 6 to 5, as the track has been upgraded to good. Again, expect this probably if we don't get any more rain, which the forecast indicates that we should be clear to probably the end of the card. The wind's blowing, the track's open, it's drying out very quick, so I look for this track to get better as the day gets longer here. But right now, 6 to 5 on number 6, Large Pearl, and I understand why the public is on this one. I'm going to try to beat the horse. In here with a horse that's currently 7 to 2 right now. That is number 7, Healing Waters. This one comes from the barn of John Horan and gets the services of Evan Roman. And this one faced some tough company all last year. The horse always tries. In fact, the horse is 12 for 17 in the money. As you see the horse being led around there, will be equipped with the blinkers again. And you see that green thing across the nose. That's a shadow roll. Try to keep him focused, keep his head up and his mind on the business here, as John Horan has had a pretty good start to the meet. This one does own a win from 4 starts, 3 second-place finishes, so it's never been worse a second on a wet track. This one's still listed as good, and the horse has some speed, but I don't think the horse has the speed of a horse like Large Pour, so I think we can just let Large Pour go, and Large Pour also making that first start of the year. Sit right off of him and kick on when it's time. I like Healing Waters. I like the 7 to 2 part the best on Healing Waters over Large Pour. I think it's probably one of those 2 in this race, as Healing Waters looks to make the 18th start the 3rd lifetime victory. Now, breaking right to the inside of that one is the current favorite, number 6, Large Pour. This one comes from the barn of Anthony Granitz. Gets Fernando de la Cruz back up at 7 to 5 odds. Currently, de la Cruz was in fact aboard this horse's first 3 starts, and the horse started off like he was probably going to be 2-year-old champion of the year. Won on debut, then route by 17 3/4 lengths in the non-2, that first level allowance race. They came back into Circle City and just missed. Following that, they tried to stretch him out. Don't think he wants any part of that distance. So now off the shelf, he's coming back at the shorter distance. I think will be to his liking. Short price though is the horse to beat, but at 3 to 2, I don't know if it's the horse to bet, as Mr. B so eloquently puts it here. Now, so Large Pour and Healing Waters, I think, are obviously the 2 horses here to beat, but the horse going across your screen right there from the barn of Tony Duran, number 9, Buckle Up. The horse is certainly a value. I think this horse, of any in this race, will benefit from, if these 2 should happen to go early, meaning the 6 and 7, and get hooked up in the speed duel. Buckle Up has one heck of a stretch kick, and Tony Duran does have this horse raring to go. You see a good series of work patterns all the way back into March, where the horse has been just working the track, working very well over the track. Most recently, a 35-4 drill. I think right prior to that, he was 3rd best of 10 that day with a 3 furlong drill. That was after a couple of half-mile workouts, and I think this horse, that's designed to get some air in the horse as long as you get a little bit of speed and not get him so far back as Buckle Up usually does some late running, but he will get some pace to chase here. He's going to be a good value. Just when we came on air here, he's 22 to 1, now down to 9 to 1, as Buckle Up is also making his first start of the year. So I think it's between Healing Waters and Large Pour, but I do think that number 9, Buckle Up, could get a slice at a price here, as we're just about 7 minutes to post for race number 6. A lot going on here at the track. If you have not signed up for that Derby Mega Bet drawing, we are drawing for one lucky winner to get a free $1,000 across the board. You can sign up down at the first floor OTB. Go sign up for that. Also, if you want to interested in getting in the hat contest, the hat contest is going on here, and You can sign up at, there's a table out by the winner's circle, and just for signing up, the first, I believe, 60 people will get a $5 wagering voucher, again, and we'll pay back 5 places in that. Again, $1,000, the top 5 will get paid in that hat contest. And also, speaking of contests, if you want to get in the winner's circle, there's a table just to the left of the winner's circle, sponsored by Itoba. They're doing a contest, a drawing where you can, in fact, get in the winner's circle with the winning connections and get a commemorative photo taken there in the winner's circle. Again, register at that Itoba table outside the winner's circle there for a chance to get in the winner's circle, get your official photograph, and you'll be on the big screen, too. Just enter to win right there, courtesy of Itoba.com, the Indiana Thoroughbred Owners and Breeders Association. Just about to get riders up here for race number 6, halfway through the card. 6 minutes. Good luck.
Gary the Bugle bringing the horses onto the track now for the 6th race. This Indiana bred sprint with a field of 9. Number 8, Neutron, a jockey change to Santo Sanjor on 8, Neutron. Santo Sanjor won the opener. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. The first 10-cent Grand High 5 featured on the Derby Celebration Day card. 10-cent Pentafecta wagering here on the sprint. Double pick 3. 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Chocolate Mousse. Luis Contreras on the Saturday score sheet. Andres Aloa with Is My Business. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. rides Moped Mo coming up. Moped Mo went in well. Large Pour, Fernando de la Cruz with a couple of wins on the card. Alberto Burgos, Looney went in well. Evan Rowan with Healing Waters. Ice Express, Felix Ostadio claims a 7-pound apprentice allowance. Neutron, Santos Sanjor won the maiden juvenile fillies sprint opener. Here's Neutron coming up. One more Indiana bred, Simmer Bermudez with Buckle Up. Large Pour, 4 to 5 favorite. All in line. Ready. And they're off. And there's Large Pour sharply away. Healing Waters showing early speed. Neutron in the red cap comes up, and toward the inside Is My Business. It's Large Pour. So with Fernando de la Cruz making his 3-year-old seasonal bow, Large Pour went to the front. Neutron pressing, Is My Business right there too. With Healing Waters running back in 4th, going past the half-mile pole, Ice Express in 5th, Chocolate Mousse is 6th. Buckle Up 7th on the far outside as they enter the far turn. Moped Mo is running second to last, and Looney trails. The quarter for Large Pour, 22.16 seconds. The favorite led, but now with inside 3 furlongs to go. Large Pour is in front with Neutron second on the outside by 2.5. Healing Waters vying for third with Ice Express. On the front side, Buckle Up. With in between horses, Chocolate Mousse, Is My Business, Moped Mo, and Looney. Here come the Hoosiers. Large Pour leads the charge. Half mile, 45.14 seconds. Large Pour still staring at one more furlong. Chocolate Mousse is finishing nicely up the inside, and here comes Chocolate Mousse. It's Large Pour who clings on to this advantage. Chocolate Mousse still coming full on for Luis Contreras. Here's Chocolate Mousse. Chocolate Mousse in the final strides. Large Pour, Healing Waters, Ice Express, Neutron. Photo finish. 110.63 after the state bred sprint photograph. Hold all tickets. 164-781 Chocolate Mousse. 10-1 first. 6 Large Pour and Even Money Denied. 4 Ice Express at 13-1 third and Nose Over 7 Healing Waters. 3-1 fourth and Neutron for the Pentafecta. A couple of wins on the card for Luis Contreras here for Randy Klopp and Liz Klopp. Set on More Spirit wins his seasonal bow. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 1, Chocolate Mousse, a riding double for Luis Contreras. Chocolate Mousse, 4-year-old Dark Bear Brown Gelding by More Spirit. Out of the Spring at Last Mare, Who Goose the Moose. Bred here in the Hoosier State, Randy Klopp trains. Liz Klopp's now 3-time winner at 10-1. Chocolate Mousse in the final strides. Result of race 6, official. 1-6 exacta returns $71 even. The 50-cent trifecta, 164, $183.65. 10-1 double, $157.20. The 10-cent superfecta, 1647, paid $134.14. 50-cent pick 3, $84.15. The 10-cent pentafecta Neutron 5th returned $1,845.57. All 9 ran. Good track, 110.63 after the state bred sprint. To the 7th we go. 31 minutes away from next post. 1 of 3 taken off the turf course. Main track good. 7th race maiden. Note the distance, 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch the 2, Tamarack Square. Scratch the 2. Number 4, Blazing Eyes, the jockey Jose Gutierrez. The weight's correct at 120. Jose Gutierrez on 4, Blazing Eyes. Exacta trifecta superfecta, 10-cent grand high 5, double pick 3, post time, 2:19. And on this Derby celebration day, just to remind those looking to participate in today's Derby hat contest, announcements will be made around 4:45 p.m. to go to the winner's circle. Contestants can register for a $5 wagering voucher just by providing your email address here to Horseshoe Indianapolis. Limited to the Derby hat contests only. Those contestants picking up a $5 wagering voucher just for providing us with your email, if you will. First come, first serve, up to $60 for today's Derby hat contest. Cash prizes today, $400 to the winner, all the way down to $50 for 5th. The registration table will be outside the winner's circle on the south side. So once again, round about 4:45 p.m. near the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle to sign up for the Derby Hat Contest. And those in the Derby Hat Contest, just for giving us your email, you'll pick up a $5 wagering voucher. And good luck to all on this Derby Celebration Day. Ready. And they're off. And there's Large Pour sharply away. Healing Waters showing early speed. Neutron in the red cap comes up, and toward the inside is My Business. It's Large Pour. So with Fernando De La Cruz making his 3-year-old seasonal bow, Large Pour went to the front. Neutron pressing is My Business right there too. With Healing Waters running back in 4th. Going past the half-mile pole, Ice Express in 5th. Chocolate Mousse is 6th. Buckle Up 7th on the far outside as they enter the far turn. Moped Mo is running second to last, and Looney trails. The quarter for Large Pour, 22.16 seconds. The favorite led, but now with inside 3 furlongs to go. Large Pour is in front with Neutron second on the outside by 2.5. Healing Waters vying for third with Ice Express. On the front side, Buckle Up. With in between horses, Chocolate Moose, Is My Business, Moped Mo, and Looney. Here come the Hoosiers. Large Pour leads the charge. Half mile, 45.14 seconds. Large Pour still staring at one more furlong. Chocolate Moose is finishing nicely up the inside, and here comes Chocolate Moose. It's Large Pour who clings on to this advantage. Chocolate Moose still coming full on for Luis Contreras. Here's Chocolate Moose. Chocolate Moose in the final strides. Large Pour, Healing Waters, Ice Express, Neutron. Ready.
Road to Champions Day this year is a brand new contest that will start April 29th and go until October 30th. It's a win, place, show contest every thoroughbred racing day only. That's 100 days of competition. There's $500 in monthly prizes. There's $7,000 for the grand prize, including $3,000 to the winner, plus 2 NHC seats. There's a lot more information, so please go to roadtochampionsday.com for more information. Good luck.
It's back. Vacation at home sale at Family Leisure. Family Leisure has the largest selection of in-stock patio furniture at guaranteed lowest prices. Chat height to bar height and everything in between. Check out our selection of pergolas, pavilions, and other shade solutions. Make a splash this summer with a new swimming pool from America's largest pool dealer. Outdoor kitchens. Buy from stock or design your own. Melt away stress. We've got plenty of spas and swim spas priced to move. Vacation at home sale going on now at Family Leisure.
Look around. Spring is here. And no matter what you're planning or planting, it's nice to know Hubler Ford's got you covered for 200,000 miles. During Hubler's Spring Forward event, save big on a new Ford. You pay what we pay. Ford employee pricing for everyone. So spring forward, knowing Hubler's got you covered for 200,000 miles.
DriveHubler.com.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
Randy Klopp and Luis Contreras picks up the victory there in race number 6 as the route horse on the turnback Chocolate Moose slides up the fence to get that nose bob right on the square as we move on to race number 7 coming up in just about 11 minutes. This is a sired Indiana bred filly and mare maiden race, has been taken off the turf, will be contested at 1 mile and 70 yards on the muddy main. There's a scratch of the 2 Tamarack Square. And race number 7 does offer pentafecta wagering here. Right now 5-2 on number 5 Inclusive Justice. I think that's definitely a horse to use in here. Pretty well matched between the top 2 horses that I'm going to talk about in here, and then we'll talk about a debut runner for the Langmeyer barn. But right now, number 1, Gonna Get You 3-1 on the tote board, is drawn the inside, should be able to save every yard. Tiana Richardville off to a hot start this meet. I think she has 3 wins already at the meeting, and in a good spot here, as Gonna Get You has a trip over the track already. Back on April 22nd off the shelf, she ran a pretty good race, rallied from far back, was 4th, beaten 3 1/4 lengths, and behind High Speed Justice, Foxy Justice, and Get Even Kid. And ran pretty well, I thought, off the layoff. And I do think the horse is probably more suitable at the route distance. In fact, the horse probably shouldn't be a maiden 2-back at the end of the meet last year. This one looked like a winner coming up the fence. The jockey dropped a stick in the final probably 50, 60 yards and just got out bobbed by Cool Dior. But return to the route distance, I think, is going to be the key for this horse, and a trip over the track as well. 5-2 on the board for number 1, Gonna Get You, that gray here on a good track day. Now, number 5, Inclusive Justice, currently 5-2, now clicks down to 2-1 as I speak. This horse, according to the DRF projected odds, is going to go off at 4-5. So right now, overlay, you want to maybe get involved here on Inclusive Justice. This one had a good series of works all winter down in Oldsmar, Florida at Tampa Bay Downs, and has recency to the form. The horse has a couple of starts recently, and down in Tampa, one time on the turf when stretching out. The horse debuted here against Indiana Breds for 30 and didn't really fare that well, but I think the distance was the key. Stretch out to the route of ground on the turf, was 3rd, beaten 8 lengths into a pretty good field, and then came back in a race taken off the turf and was 3rd. Now this horse is a sired restricted Indiana bred. This is a serious class drop for Inclusive Justice, although running in a maiden claiming races, the sired races are a little bit easier. The horse has good numbers here, does Inclusive Justice, and 6-5 goes those odds now, as you see the assistant there, or Tony rather, making some equipment changes. Now he's going to reach down and stretch these legs out, as Inclusive Justice is my second choice. Now breaking down toward the inside from stall number 2 is the 3-horse Java de Fear. This one I think is probably named for that strength and conditioning coach for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, as she was part of that team that won the Super Bowl. Now, usually John Langmeyer and team is known for naming horses after Cincinnati-related things or names, and I'm pretty sure this is probably what this one's named after. But this one's by Pass Rush out of a Broken Vow mare. John Langmeyer does a very good job. This one has a good, steady series of work pattern, and certainly is probably the paddock pick for me, looking at these horses in the paddock, and has a pretty good family. All the family indicates route. All the family indicates wet. We'll remember down on Copperline, started his career out, looked like, or down on Copperline, she started her career out rather, like was going to be any kind of Indiana bred, winning a couple of races and just missed in the stake. And, you know, some other family members have done well. Crosley probably should be a 2-time stake winner. And you know, down on Copperline, who is related to this one, probably should have won the Indiana First Lady. She got bounced around the final stride. She definitely has the pedigree, does Java de Fear, and gets Marcelina Pedroza, multiple champion jockey here, and you're going to get a good price here. The horse has the looks in the paddock, she has the pedigree, and she has the connections. Both the owner and trainer and the jockey, as Marcelino's a 3-time champion here. Java de Fear is definitely a play for me on all the tickets, 9-1. I would definitely use this one here. And again, look at her in the paddock. She seems cool. She can calm, collected, and is very tucked up and dappled out. It's a good, strong hind in there as well at 9-1. But good quality maiden sired Indiana bred fillies and mare race here. I think it's about the top 3. I would probably box them off. I'm going to play a pick 3 or a pentafecta. I'd use those horses in the top positions. But 3-1, I'm going to get you. I think it's a good price. 7-5 right now on Inclusive Justice. And then my third choice, Java de Fear, is currently 9-1. Again, we have a field of 8 to go, 1 mile and 70. Again, this race taken off the turf is on a good main surface here. If you're here at the track and you're up in the clubhouse or inside, don't forget we have those food trucks out on the apron. And if you're new to the track here and you don't have the Caesars Racebook app, you want to download that Racebook app. And a lot of promotions going on there with this special Derby offer. New users get a 100% deposit match up to $150. That's for new users, first deposits only. And players must make some wagers off that initial deposit match. Now, you can find out more at the Caesars Rewards booth. Now, 6 minutes, the paddock judge is about to give riders up orders as you see Tiana awaiting to get a leg up here to Hannah Leahy and Gonna Get You, my top pick here in race number 7. Here they come. Good luck.
The horses call posted now for the 7th race, 103 taken off the turf course. Main track labeled good. The maiden will be run at 1 mile and 70 yards. A field of 8. Scratch the 2, Tamarack Square, scratch the 2. For Blazing Eyes, the jockey Jose Gutierrez. The weight's okay there at 120. Jose Gutierrez on for Blazing Eyes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, 10-cent pentafecta, double pick 3. Parading with 3 minutes to post time. Two minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time for the maiden. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going down to the 1 mile, 70 yards main track start for the maiden. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Post time even money. Inclusive Justice coming up with Fernando de la Cruz. Inclusive Justice. Favorite first into the gate. Hanalehi with Gonna Getcha. Has joined Inclusive Justice. Sando Sandro with Goody Two Socks. Alberto Burgos, Samo coming up. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Giovanni Farr making her bow. Giovanni Farr went in well. Jose Gutierrez with Blazing Eyes. Queen's Desire. Joseph Romero claims a 7-pound apprentice allowance. Blazing Eyes has gone all in. So stand by at 1 mile and 70 yards. One more. Jose Rocalmi in 15 times started What You Wished. They're in the gate. And they're off. Inclusive Justice broke smartly toward the inside. Gonna Getcha. Goody Two Socks with an early bid. And on the outside, Queen's Desire strides up as they make their way into the first turn. It's Inclusive Justice joined toward the inside by Gonna Getcha, who takes the shortest way around there for Hanalehi. Gonna Getcha has taken the lead by 2 from Inclusive Justice, who now sits second after breaking sharp as they go to the back of the track. Queen's Desire in third. Nearest the inside is Blazing Eyes in the red cap. And then comes Goody Two Socks running in fifth. Samo is sixth. Then the first time starter, Giovanni Farr and What You Wished. The opening quarter covered in just under 24 seconds. It's Gonna Getcha. Gonna Getcha is the overall leader. Inclusive Justice continues to follow the leader to a half mile from home. Queen's Desire running third, a length and a half. Blazing Eyes in fourth. And then detached from this quartet is Gonna nearest the inside. Goody Two Socks, who's now in fifth. Samo. Giovanni Farr remains second to last, and What You Wish still the back marker. The half mile in 49.04 seconds as they round the far turn. Gonna Getcha now being readily opposed by Inclusive Justice, who's taken the lead. Inclusive Justice coming toward the quarter pole as the showers start here at the shoe. And then Queen's Desire in third. Javati Farr will straighten away in fourth. Further back, Samo. Goody Two Socks drop back What You Wished and Blazing Eyes. Into the stretch, it's Inclusive Justice. 3/4, 1 minute 15.35 seconds. Inclusive Justice has the kick and has come clear from Gonna Get You by 5 1/2 dozen lengths. And then Javati Farr running on, and Queen's Desire fourth, well clear. It's Inclusive Justice. Fernando de la Cruz wins 3. Inclusive Justice won by 7. Gonna Get You stayed on to run second. Javati Farr third. Queen's Desire fourth. Then a mile back to Goody Two Socks, who headed the rest. .145.10 seconds after the maiden fillies. 145.10.5 Inclusive Justice at Diva Money first. The judges will examine a photo before posting the remaining order of finish. Three on the card for Fernando de la Cruz. Here for Tony Granitz. The Harry's Holiday filly out to the maiden ranks at even money. Inclusive Justice. The judges have posted number 1, Gonna Get You, 8 to 5 second. 3, Javati Farr, 7 to 1/3. 8, Queen's Desire, 12 to 1/4. And then 6, Goody Two Socks was 5th for the Pentafecta. No threat to the top 4. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner, circle the 5, Inclusive Justice. A running triple for Fernando de la Cruz. Inclusive Justice, 3-year-old chestnut filly, bred here in the Hoosier State by Harry's Holiday. Inclusive Justice is out of the Fairbanks mare. Bred here in the Hoosier State by Justice Farm, Greg Justice. Races for Kyle Chase and Tony Granitz. 3 for Fernando. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of the daughter of Harry's Holiday and Eva Money, Inclusive Justice, out to the maiden ranks. Race 7 official. The 5-1 exacta paid $7.80. 50-cent trifecta 513, $7.35. 1-5 double paid $46.40. 10-cent superfecta $4.59. With Goody Two Socks back in 5th. The 10-cent pentafecta of 51386 returned $17.63. Queen's Desire ran fourth in the maiden. 10-cent superfecta, 5138, $4.59. And they picked 3 result on races 5, 6, and 7. 10 with the 1, with the 2 and or 5 inclusive justice after race 7. 50-cent pick 3 returned $152.45. 2 was a non-runner. Favorite first. 8 ran 145.10 with the track label good. A half hour to race 8 of today's 10 on Derby Celebration here at the Shoe. Race 8 maiden sprint. No scratches. A dozen run. 10 Hitched Trailblazer. A changer jockey to Santo Sanjor. Has a win on the card. Took out the maiden juvenile filly sprint opener. Santo Sanjor will ride the first time starter of the 10 Hitched Trailblazer. No other changes in our 8th on the card. Exacta trifecta superfecta. 10-cent pentafecta. Double starts our final pick 3 on the live card. Once again, just to remind everybody, we had today's contest. Enter to win for a chance to take a trip to the winner's circle, courtesy of the Indiana Thoroughbred Owners Breeders Association. And for race 8, Donna Weiss, today's enter to win, getting that trip to the winner's circle. After this upcoming 8th race maiden sprint, Donna Weiss, see you in the winner's circle, courtesy of Itoba today. Again, if you're in the first floor OTB, right now ducking the showers, don't forget to register for today's Derby Mega Bet drawing. That'll be held around about 5:30. The winner will report back to the first floor OTB after the name drawn, and will select one horse in the 151st Kentucky Derby. They'll be given a $1,000 across the board wager on that horse and hopefully win big. Again, that's today. Be sure to register in the first floor OTB for today's Mega Bet drawing. You wished. They're in the gate. And they're off. Inclusive Justice broke smartly toward the inside. Gonna Getcha. Goody Two Socks with an early bid. And on the outside, Queen's Desire strides up as they make their way into the first turn. It's Inclusive Justice joined toward the inside by Gonna Getcha, who takes the shortest way around there for Hannah Leahy. Gonna Getcha has taken the lead by 2 from Inclusive Justice, who now sits second after breaking sharp as they go to the back of the track. Queen's Desire in third. Nearest the inside is Blazing Eyes in the red cap. Then comes Goody Two Socks running in 5th. Samo is 6th. Then the first-time starter, Giovanni Farr, and What You Wished. The opening quarter covered in just under 24 seconds. It's Gonna Getcha. Gonna Getcha is the overall leader. Inclusive Justice continues to follow the leader to a half mile from home. Queen's Desire running third, a length and a half. Blazing Eyes in 4th. And then detached from this quartet is Gonna, nearest the inside, Goody Two Socks, who's now in 5th. Samo. Giovanni Farr remains second to last, and What You Wish still the back marker. The half mile in 49.04 seconds as they round the far turn. Gonna Getcha now being readily opposed by Inclusive Justice, who's taken the lead. Inclusive Justice coming toward the quarter pole as the showers start here at the Shoe. And then Queen's Desire in third. Giovanni Farr will straighten away in 4th. Further back, Samo. Goody Two Socks has dropped back What You Wished and Blazing Eyes. Into the stretch, it's Inclusive Justice. 3/4, 1 minute 15.35 seconds. Inclusive Justice has the kick and has come clear from Gonna Getcha by 5 1/2 lengths. And then Giovanni Farr running on, and Queen's Desire 4th, well clear. It's Inclusive Justice. Fernando de la Cruz wins 3. Inclusive Justice won by 7. Gonna Getcha stayed on to run second. Giovanni Farr 3rd. Queen's Desire 4th. Then a mile back to Goody Two Socks, who headed the rest. You wished.
Here we are back at Horseshoe Indianapolis, the final thoroughbred event, but have no fear, we've still got Martha coming up with 2 quarter horse races, a very nice 330-yard sprint followed by a 300-yard race to conclude today's racing, but there's still plenty of racing action, not only here locally, but around the country as well. Congratulations to you. If you're still alive in that Itoba Pick 4 or that Late Fire 5, you are not home and clear yet, because this race is absolutely challenging, maybe the best betting opportunity of the day. You've got some horses with experience, some first-time starters mixed in, but 3-year-olds bred in the great state of Indiana running for a purse just under $40,000, and the starting gate will be full, as it will be a few hours from now. 6 furlongs going to be the distance, and oftentimes I've noticed over the past couple of years, horses that were maybe well-backed in their first start here needed a race over the track, and then they improve in a big way. Oftentimes they run very poorly on their first start, and then they get overlooked next time. Not the case for Ready to Seize. This horse didn't run poorly. May have missed the board and run 5th as the beaten favorite, but I thought was finishing up very well. A horse that came in with some backing. The buyer speed figures certainly made sense over at Oaklawn Park, but it just took a lightly raced 3-year-old to just a little bit to figure out his circumstances and his surroundings, and he really finished that race, what I thought, very strongly that day. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. was aboard Ready to Seize just a couple of weeks ago, and so should be familiar with how this colt goes, gelding goes, and when to push the button and where to push the button. I think he's a bounce back player in here at potentially a better price. I didn't really like him going off favored. He was a play against April 16th, but I'll come back today, and I think he gets some pace to chase in here as well, and should be better second time out over this track for Ready to Seize. But number 9, Imminent Forecast, is a horse who exits a race similar to that one. In fact, it may have been the same race. Let me just confirm. Yeah, it was the same race. Didn't get bet as heavily, wasn't favored, but went off below 6-1. And after a slow break, Deshaun Parker was forced to track in behind the leaders, behind a wall of horses at the top of the lane, where it was very critical for this one to keep the momentum and keep churning and extending the stride. And was stuck behind a wall of horses. Did get a split right around the top of the lane or the 8th pole and closed in willingly, only beaten by a head that day. But the money's come in 9-2 morning line, currently 5-2. Fernando de la Cruz is going to be aboard today. Deshaun Parker nicked up a little bit. We do expect him back soon, so certainly wish him the best of luck. But you get a plenty capable rider in Fernando de la Cruz picking up the mount. Second start off the layoff. We'll see if they can avoid any traffic troubles today on Imminent Forecast. But down on the inside, maybe the best value of the bunch in this race is Tank Walk for Michelle Elliott. Evan Roman takes over the duties in here. Fernando de la Cruz, he hops over to the 9. Evan Roman went in at 19%, having himself a very nice start to the meet. And I thought Tank Walk showed a ton of talent at 2 years old. In fact, this horse ran admirably both on debut and the second time out. Frankly, should have been a winner on June 5th. The horse was much best, just needed to finish just a little bit stronger, and certainly would be a maiden no more. Second time off the layoff, the blinkers going on today, and you get Roman in the saddle. I think there's upside with Tank Walk at 7-1, but an excellent betting opportunity in here. 3 12-year-olds set to go to the gate. Hopefully you can pad that bankroll, as we've still got plenty of action. We may only have 3 left today here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, but the action will not stop. We'll take you through right all the way up to the Run for the Roses here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. So they're on track. You're tuning in between races over at Churchill Downs. Certainly wish you the best of luck. I'm going to be on the 6 in here, but this is an excellent betting opportunity for you to hopefully pad those purse strings or that wallet, whatever you prefer, into the Kentucky Derby on the first Saturday in May.
The horse is stepping onto the track now for the 8th race. This maiden 3-year-old sprint at 6 furlongs, a field of 12. No scratches, 10 Hitch Trailblazer, Santo Sanjors on the 10 Hitch Trailblazer, Santo Sanjor. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, 10 cent pentafecta, double, and final pick 3 on Derby Celebration Day. Track remains labeled good. 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Andres Aloa with Concho's Prayer. Felix Ostadillo with Bit of Justice, loading for the maiden. Evan Roman Tank Walk coming up. Alberto Burgos with Keg. Last out third here, looked a lot closer. Hanalehi with Forever Greedy. Imminent Forecast. Fernando de la Cruz already with a hat-trick of wins on the Derby Celebration Day card. Rodney Prescott with Engine Soul. Santos Sanjor, Hitch Trailblazer coming up. Joseph Romero with Big Thomas drew 5. You're all 12 run. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Ready to Seize. Green white diamond belt and a green cap. Forever Valiant. Luis Contreras has a couple of wins on the card. Forever Valiant drew 11. Ready to Seize 2-1 favorite. At 6 furlongs, main track here remains labeled good. Samuel Bermudez with Trouble or Nothing. They're in the gate. The Roffin sprinting. Tank Walk and Concho's Prayer were the two that were slow to go. Fast start for Imminent Forecast. Trouble or Nothing on the far outside. And now here's Concho's Prayer, who's streaking for it for Andres Aloa. So after being one of those last away, Concho's Prayer has taken the top from Big Thomas, who chases the pace. After breaking sharp, Imminent Forecast running third has the black cap. Joined toward the inside by Forever Greedy, who's running in fourth. On the far outside, Forever Valiant in fifth at the 3.5. Trouble or Nothing is sixth. Then toward the inside, Tank Walk with Bit of Justice as they round the far turn with 3 furlongs to go. Then farther back to on the outside as they round the far turn is Keg, with toward the inside Engine Soul, who's running in 10th. Nearest the inside, Ready to Seize is 11th, and the one well back, Hitch Trailblazer, trails this dashing dozen. 22.77 lead seconds as these maiden 3-year-olds straighten away. Into the stretch, half mile, 46.32 seconds. Concho's Prayer and Big Thomas is lugging in. Big Thomas in a scrappy battle with Concho's Prayer, who just yields. 1 furlong to go. Big Thomas kept to the task. Concho's Prayer, Forever Greedy continues to close out the finish. Big Thomas and Forever Greedy. Here it is for Joseph Romero. Big Thomas safe at home from Forever Greedy. Then Concho's Prayer, Ready to Seize had late interest, and Keg was next across the finish. .111.84 after the maiden 3-year-old dash. 111.84. 5.31 and then a photo 5. Betty Thomas. Big price, 28-1, lasting over 3 forever. Greedy at 11-1, the runner-up. Juan Concho's Prayer, that first-time starter, third, fourth on the bob. Ready to seize. Keg had the white cap, imminent forecast among those next across the finish. Hold all tickets until official. Result of the photograph, number 6, Ready to Seize, was 4th. 8 Keg 5th for the Superfecta. The 6 for 4th and 8 for the Pentafecta. 5-3-1-6 and Keg for the Grand High 5. The contest here today at Horseshoe Indianapolis for the Enter to Win from Itoba. Donna Weiss and her guests, part of the winner's circle photograph from Cody Photo. Donna Weiss winning today's Itoba Enter to Win. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, 5 Big Thomas. Joseph Romero getting on the meat score sheet. Big Thomas is a 3-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Notional out of the Teton Forest Mare, T Totally Quick. Lily Gonzalez trains for Roberto Chavez Racing LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Big Thomas out to the maiden ranks. We'll have a 50-cent late pick 5 carryover onto Monday's card for the next thoroughbred and quarter horse card here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. It'll be on Monday. We'll have a carryover not only in the 50-cent late pick 5, but in the $1 Itoba presented late pick 4. A couple of nice carryovers to aim for here on Monday when racing resumes at 2:10. That thoroughbred Pentafecta will carry over to the next thoroughbred race here on Monday that features the Grand High 5. The 5-3 exacta paid $598.80. 50-cent trifecta 5-3-1, $2,100. Ready to Seize 4th, 10-cent superfecta 5-3-1-6, $1,584.95. Pick 3, $684.75. Again, these carryovers in the 50-cent late pick 5, the $1 Itoba late pick 4, and the 10-cent Pentafecta will carry over to the thoroughbred portion of Monday's card. 5-5 double, $134. In the pick 5 today, 405 paid $25.25, and the 50-cent pick 3, $684.75. All 12 ran in the maiden, 111.84. Couple of quarter horse dashes to close out our Derby celebration day here, live racing wise at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Of course, First Floor Road TB. Coming up later, the 151st running of the Kentucky Derby. Don't forget to sign up for that Derby Mega Bet drawing. That'll be held around 5:30. And again, the winner will be given a chance to bet $1,000 across the board and hopefully collect a lot on this year's Kentucky Derby. Take part in today's Derby Mega Bet drawing. In the 9th race ahead, no changes. Post time 3:41. The rough and sprinting. Tank Walk and Concho's Prayer were the two that were slow to go. Fast start for Imminent Forecast. Trouble or Nothing on the far outside. And now here's Concho's Prayer, who's streaking for it for Andre Zaloa. So after being one of those last away, Concho's Prayer has taken the top from Big Thomas, who chases the pace. After breaking sharp, Imminent Forecast running third has the black cap. Joined toward the inside by Forever Greedy, who's running in fourth. On the far outside, Forever Valiant in fifth at the 3.5. Trouble or Nothing is sixth. Then toward the inside, Tank Walk with Bit of Justice as they round the far turn with 3 furlongs to go. Then farther back to on the outside as they round the far turn is Keg, with toward the inside Engine Soul, who's running in 10th. Nearest the inside, Ready to Seize is 11th, and the one well back, Hitch Trailblazer, trails this dashing dozen. 22.77 lead seconds as these maiden 3-year-olds straighten away. Into the stretch, half mile, 46.32 seconds. Concho's Prayer and Big Thomas is lugging in. Big Thomas in a scrappy battle with Concho's Prayer, who just yields. 1 furlong to go. Big Thomas kept to the task. Concho's Prayer, Forever Greedy continues to close out the finish. Big Thomas and Forever Greedy, here it is for Joseph Romero. Big Thomas, safe at home from Forever Greedy. Then Concho's Prayer, Ready to Seize, had late interest.
Hello, everybody. It's Gino down in the winner's circle. We are going to play pony pong, or actually it's called horseshoe pong? Ping pong. Anyway, we're going to throw ping pong balls in a cup. You don't have to drink it. All you do is get it in the cup. You win a T-shirt. If you don't, you get a cup. We can't say it's a win-win situation. So first up, we've got Gladys Knight and all the pips behind her. We're going to throw one down lane and see if we can't get it in there. You ready? All yours. Yes! First in. Nice job. Yes. All right, next up, Madonna. All right. Oh, thank you, Madonna. All right, next up. And, oh, thank you for playing. All right, here we go. All right. Oh, that was close. All right, and.
That was like way off, buddy. Oh, my.
You're a winner, regardless of. I thought you played that in college.
I did.
Oh. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it has been a trying day. Oh, that was nice. I'd bounce it. I would really try the bounce. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for playing, and good luck for everybody else here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We'll see you shortly.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Look around. Spring is here. And no matter what you're planning or planting, it's nice to know Hubler Ford's got you covered for 200,000 miles. During Hubler's Spring Forward event, save big on a new Ford. You pay what we pay. Ford employee pricing for everyone. So spring forward, knowing Hubler's got you covered for 200,000 miles.
DriveHubler.com.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
What a great day at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Plenty of live racing action and all kinds of festivities. And there's much more to come. So you've seen the thoroughbreds. You've seen 8 thoroughbred races. You know how they run the distance and they cover the length of the track and go over 1 and 2 turns. You're not going to see this in the next 2 races. These are quarter horses. Different breed, very, very accomplished bunch of horses coming up. And what you're going to see that is them dashing, furiously dashing to the wire from the starting gate. 300 yards, 330 yards. It's going to be 15 seconds or so. And every second is filled with excitement. All right, I'll show you what we're talking about. So let's go to the paddock and take a look at the field for this first race. It's a 330 yard allowance for horses, 3-year-olds that have never won 2 races. So they've all got some experience under their belt and they're looking for their second career victory. All right, we've got a nice field and I'm going to talk about 4 horses, and I'll begin with number 2, Chillin'. Tim Eggleston, who's one of our most accomplished horsemen here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. I say that because he trains thoroughbreds as well as quarter horses. He's got 3 in this race. Always a little bit of mystery. Is it going to be one of his experienced horses or maybe one that's just starting out? I'm going to talk about both coming up. But we'll begin with Chillin', number 2. Regular pilot Rolando Pina has the mount. And the reason I put him on top, he's the high earner in the field, the son of Chilitos. And he was runner-up in the richest quarter horse race ever run at Horseshoe Indianapolis. That was the $270,000 Governor Stakes, which took place last October. So to be able to qualify for a field like that and run second in a major championship, that was my big factor, including this horse. All right, now next one up is going to be number 7, Sweet Vengeance. This horse is trained by 2-time leading quarter horse conditioner Tony Cunningham. Got some good pedigree and some experience. Pedigree is very important to me as a handicapper. And Sweet Vengeance is sired by Jess Good Candy. Okay, Jess Good Candy won the 2015 All-American Futurity at Rio Doce Downs. Quite simply, that's the quarter horse equivalent of the Kentucky Derby. I cannot kid you. Most prestigious race for their breed in the country, and horses all over North America try to qualify for that race, and when they get a piece of it, especially win, it's very exceptional. So this is a nice horse. Tony Cunningham has done a really good job with him, and I think he's going to do well. Now we're going to number 6, and that is Claudio Barazza's horse, Thor's NME. This horse has not raced at Horseshoe Indy, but had a really good work in preparation for his debut in Indiana. He was purchased for $92,000 at the Rio Doce Select Sale. That's a prestigious yearling sale that takes place in New Mexico. And he did some running in California. I really think he's going to adjust well to this track. Of course, Claudio has trained a legion of champions, including last year's leading quarter horse of the meet, and that's Mr. Michael. If you get a chance, check him out. Mr. Michael's going to race in the Leo Stakes at Remington Park this afternoon. You might be able to place a wager on him. He's not listed as the favorite, but you never know. All right, I'm going to round out my top 4 with number 3, and that's Stone Cold Concept. Another Eggleston trainee, not quite the stakes credentials as the others, but the one factor that you want to take a look at is his rider, Eduardo Diaz. This is a really, really exceptional young man. He just got his license last year, and he was winning a lot of good races last year. Currently 75% in the money. It's pretty good stats. All right, so we're going to go 2, 7, 6, 3 in this quarter horse race, and I'll be back to preview the finale, race 10. It's another quarter horse race. I think you're going to enjoy it.
horses call postward now for the ninth race. The first of 2 quarter horse dashes to close out this Derby Celebration Day card. This at 330 yards, good track. A field of 7. On parade, due off soon. No changes here in the quarter horse dash. Track good, less than a minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. The first of 2 quarter horse dashes to close out the Derby Celebration Day card. They're going in. Jess New and Sigma Chi use flipping halters. Thor's Enemy coming up toward the gate. Thor's Enemy has joined Sigma Chi and Jess New. Sweet Vengeance going into that outside gate. Chillin'. Stone Cold Concept. Stand by, one more, MG Mucho Man. Chillin' 3 to 5 favorite, 330 yards. Good track. They're in the gate. That was ugly. MG Mucho Man broke through the gate. Sweet Vengeance broke through the gate. Thor Zemi broke through the gate. Sigma Chi broke through the gate. Those that were left standing at the gate now being backed out, Jess New, Chillin', and Stone Cold Concept. Looks like they've scratched the 4 Sigma Chi here. All wagers on 4 Sigma Chi refunds. Five and 4 will be a consolation double, 5-4 for consolation double. Those using 4 Sigma Chi in a multi-race wager, they transfer now to the post-time favorite scratch, the 4. Looks like now they've also scratched the 5 MG Mucho Man. They're dropping like flies here. Also take out the 7 Sweet Vengeance. Late scratches on the 4, 5, and 7. As the case with 4 Sigma Chi, one of the 3 late scratches. Consolation doubles on 5-5 and 5-7. 5-4, 5-5, 5-7 for consolation doubles. With Juan Marquez, Jess New reloads. Edgar Diaz, Thor's Enemy also uses the flipping halter. Now Tim Eggleston's 2. Rolando Pena with Chillin', 1-2 favorite. Luis Luna Diaz with Stone Cold Concept. 4 Sigma Chi, 5 MG Mucho Man, 7 Sweet Vengeance, all 8 scratches. They're in the gate. Straightening out Stone Cold Concept and ready to go. They're off. Chillin' with a white cap. Jess New, Stone Cold Concept, then a blue cap, and Thor's Emmy past the 220. It's Chillin' who just leads. Chillin' on the outside, Stone Cold Concept. Thor's Enemy and Jess New 4th. It's Chillin' and Rolando Pena. Chillin' and Stone Cold Concept. Tim Eggleston, 1-2. Thor's Enemy and Jess New. Two, 3, 6, 1, 2, Chillin'. 1-2 favorites. First, 3, Stone Cold Concept. 6-1, that Tim Eggleston, 1-2. 6, Thor's Enemy, 3rd. 1, Jess New, 4th. 16.549 seconds for the 330 yards. Good track tailwind. 16.549. Rolando Pena for Tim Eggleston, who takes out the exacta. Chillin'. Race 9 official. Again, note those consolation doubles on 5-4, 5-5, and 5-7 for conso doubles. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 2, Chillin' with Rolando Pina. Chillin', 3-year-old solo gelding by Chilitos. Out of the Country Chicks Man mare and Jemima. Bred in Oklahoma. Tim Eggleston trains for Kendra Tumbert. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. He's chillin' at the shoe. Two, three exacta. The Tim Eggleston 1-2 punch, $12.20. The 10-cent superfecta, Jess New ran 4th. 4 ran. 2, 3, 6, 1. Dime Super coming back, $1.41. After the late scratches, there was no quarter horse grand high 5. Refunds on the pentafectas. 2, 3, 6, 50-cent trifecta, $5.95. 5, 2 double, 80, 40, 5, 4 consolation double, $36.20. Those other consolation doubles, $36.20 on 5, 5, and 5, 7. The 50-cent pick 3, $43.45, 16.549. 10th race, one more live race to go. The 151st Kentucky Derby roundabout, the 7 o'clock hour. Race 10 over the 300 yards, no changes. Post time in 26 minutes, due at 4:22.
Well, we are here in the winner's circle, and you know what's going to happen next. We are going to throw T-shirts, and there's nobody in front of me, so we're just going to hand them out if you're up in front. This is G-Note in the winner's circle. We're throwing T-shirts very shortly. If you can, get down here, try to catch one, please. Please be careful for the children. We love our kids as much as you love yours. Enjoy your day. Good luck. On behalf of Horseshoe Indianapolis, let's throw. 3, 2, 1.
They're off. Chilling with the white cap, Jess New, Stone Cold Concept in a blue cap, and Thor Zemi past the 220. It's Chillin who just leads. Chillin on the outside, Stone Cold Concept. Thor Zemi and Jess New fourth. It's Chillin and Rolando Pina. Chillin and Stone Cold Concept. Tim Eggles.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Look around. Spring is here. And no matter what you're planning or planting, it's nice to know Hubler Ford's got you covered for 200,000 miles. During Hubler's Spring Forward event, save big on a new Ford. You pay what we pay. Ford employee pricing for everyone. So spring forward, knowing Hubler's got you covered for 200,000 miles.
DriveHubler.com.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter, you've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum and we're ready for more.
All right, we are back in the paddock to take a look at some of the horses in our finale. It's another quarter horse race. It is a purse of $19,500 for registered Indiana breds. And this is something a 3-year-old and up, and they're looking for their second career victory. Through the years that I've been involved with Horseshoe Indy, and I've done quarter horse stuff all over the country, I'm always commending everybody at Horseshoe Indy for the growth of the quarter horse industry in the Hoosier state. I mean, the breeders do an exceptional job of producing these horses, and then they bring them to the racetrack, full fields, which is a lot of fun. A little frustrating for the handicappers, but a lot of fun. But anyway, congratulations. Keep up the great work. And we'll get to see one more race today before we let you enjoy the Kentucky Derby. Okay, so let's go to the paddock and take a look at a few of these. I'm going to begin with number 6, and that's AJK Viejo Tightened. Tested the waters against some of the top juveniles last season at Remington Park in Oklahoma City, okay? Qualified for the $500,000 Remington Park Futurity, one of the major races they have every year. And in quarter horse racing, the big money is with the 2-year-olds. Just to qualify for one of these races is pretty exceptional, because you're facing horses that are very well bred and very well trained for their 2-year-old season. So AJK Viejo sired by AQHA champion Kiss My Hawks, trained by Hector Sanchez. I can't go against him in this race. All right, now we'll go on, and we've got 2 entrants from the barn of Tim Eggleston. We certainly talked about him last race. Big, busy guy with thoroughbreds and quarter horses. And he's got a filly, a very nice filly, Our Love Interest, sired by Separate Interest. She came into this race based on 2 starts at Sandy Ridge at the Red Mile. This is a Kentucky track, not far from here, that runs an abbreviated quarter horse meet every March, and it's been a tremendous boost for our horses, because otherwise they'd be coming off a 6-month layoff. So when you see these horses that have made a start or 2 at Sandy Ridge at the Red Mile, take a look, because they've done quite well once they transition to Horseshoe Indy. All right, we're going to move on to number 2, and that's She's a Bolt of Fire. This is a filly. Also, just broke her maiden, and normally when you break the maiden, you want another race or 2 before you go up into the allowance ranks, but I don't think with her. She looks like she's improving, and she's really good. One of the other interesting things about quarter horse racing that's different than the thoroughbreds is that the girls match up against the boys quite often. You're not going to see that a lot in thoroughbred racing. It's usually colts and geldings, fillies, mares, whatever. But a lot of matchups in the quarter horse ranks, and the fillies, Rachel and I are always cheering for them because we're pretty competitive. But anyway, the girls match up very well with the boys. All right, we're going to round out my top 4 selections with number 2. This is a gelding, so we got another boy, a lot of night rides, who just joined the barn of German Rodriguez. We have to talk about this young man because he was a successful jockey, and now he transitioned to training. He got his trainer's license, so you'll see him, as we will today, not only training but riding his horse. That takes a lot, you know, but busy men, busy women, we're all about those at Horseshoe Indy. So 6, 4, 5, 2, that's my selections. I hope you have had a wonderful day today, and that you cash out on your Derby picks, make a lot of money, and then you can come back and see us Monday. That's the start of our first 4-day live racing season at Horseshoe Indy, and Rachel will be back, and Brian and John and I, and we look forward to another great day of racing. Also, keep in mind, our first all quarter horse day is coming up on Saturday, May 31st. We'd love to see you. We get rolling at 10:45 a.m. Have a great weekend.
Gary Lozier bringing the horses onto the track. Cheers G-Note for the 10th and final. This quarter horse dash over the 300 yards. Good track. A field of 7. No changes on parade. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. 10-cent quarter horse. Grand High 5. 3 minutes to post time. Just to remind all of our Horseshoe Indianapolis fans joining us here for this Derby Day celebration following this quarter horse finale. Don't forget the Derby hat contest coming up in the winner's circle. Contestants can register for a $5 wagering voucher just by providing us your email address for future contests and more. Top 5 places will receive cash prizes today in the hat contest. For this Derby Day celebration, $400 to the winner through $50 for 5th. That'll be in the winner's circle, and you can make your way there around 4:45. Don't forget about today's Derby Mega Bet drawing. First floor OTB to register. The drawing will be held at 5:30 as the 151st Kentucky Derby draws closer near the 7 o'clock hour. The winning name drawn for the Derby Mega Bet will report to the first floor OTB and will select one horse in the Run for the Roses. And they'll be given $1,000 across the board on that horse and hopefully win big. Still to come after this final live quarter horse dash, the Derby hat contest and the Derby Mega Bet drawing. Stick around for a lot more. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. GV Wildcat uses a flipping halter. Our Love Interest. Rolando Pena going for the late double for Tim Eggleston. Our Love Interest joined GV Wildcat. Special Bad Habit has the rail draw. She's a bolt of fire. A lot of night rides coming up. AJK Viejo Titan. GV Wildcat was first in, so stand by one more. Francisco Quintero with Cigar on the Beach, Monday post time, 2:10 p.m. Eastern. To close out Derby Celebration Day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis at 300 yards. They're in the gate. GV Wildcat getting fidgety and is flipped in the gate. Late scratch by order of the stewards upon recommendation of the track veterinarian at the 300-yard start. Number 7, GV Wildcat, has now been ordered scratched. Scratch the 7, GV Wildcat. 2 and 7 for a consolation double. 2-7, consolation double. All wagers here on 7 GV Wildcat refunds. Those using 7 GV Wildcat in a multi-race wager, those wagers now transfer to the post-time favorite once we're off. Scratch the 7, GV Wildcat. Reloading. Special Bad Habit back into the starting gate with Our Love Interest. A lot of night rides. She's a bolt of fire. Cigar on the Beach. After that late scratch on 7, GV Wildcat. One more. Oscar Macias with AJK, Viejo Titan. 3-5 final favorite, AJK, Viejo Titan. Live racing here on Sunday after this Derby Day celebration. Again, Monday post time, 2:10 p.m. Eastern. Monday carryovers in the late pick 4 and late pick 5. All in. Off in the Saturday finale. Nearest the inside. Special Bad Habit, a lot of night rides. Here comes a charge from Cigar on the Beach, Our Love Interest, with She's a Bolt of Fire, and AJK Viejo Titan inside the final 110 yards. It is toward the inside, Cigar on the Beach and a bobber with AJK Viejo Titan. Close call. Our Love Interest was third well up. Photo in the finale. We're standing by for the judge's verdict after race 10. Close. Photo finish. Six, 3, 4, 5, 2, 6. AJK Viejo Titan got up on the line. 3, Cigar on the Beach, nailed. 4, Our Love Interest, third. 5, She's a Bolt of Fire, fourth. And 2, Lot of Night Rides was fifth. 6, 3, 4, 5, 2. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 6, AJK Viejo Titan. Got up on the line with Oscar Macias. Takes out a photo finish. AJK Viejo Titan. 3-year-old brown colt by Kiss My Hawks. And a fetching beauty by No Secrets Here. The winner was bred here in the Hoosier State by Alma Chavez. Sacramento Chavez trains for Jose M. Chavez Jr.'s AJK Racing Stables LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of AJK Viejo Titan. 3-5 final favorite, got up in 15.551 seconds. Next 10 official. Final results in. The 6-3 exacta took a win photograph. A nose between them, $15.80. The 50-cent trifecta, 6-3-4, $16.95. 2-6 natural double, $7.80. 2-7 that consolation double, and even $3. 10-cent superfecta, 6-3-4-5, $14.61. Final pick 3 of the day, $50.60. 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta, $21.85. 2 lot of night rides finished 5th. 15.551, track good. That concludes our live racing program for today, but stick around. Racing continues at Churchill Downs, 151st Kentucky Derby coming up around the 7 o'clock hour. Just to note, live racing resumes here on Monday with some nice carryovers. On Monday's card, a 50-cent late pick 5 carryover of $9,775. And when racing returns on Monday, the $1 Itoba late pick 4 carryover will be $3,741. A couple of nice carryovers to handicap 4 on Monday, and Monday post time will be at 2:10 p.m. Eastern. Well, that concludes our live racing program here on Derby Celebration Day. It continues right near the winner's circle. Contestants now signing up for today's Derby hat contest with $400 going to the winner. Cash prizes from first back to fifth, including that $400 top prize. In addition, contestants registering and giving us your email address will pick up a $5 wagering voucher. That's limited to the Derby hat contestants only. For that $5 wagering voucher, if you sign up for it and provide your email address to staff here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Again, Derby Mega Bet drawing, don't forget about that. First floor OTB to register. The drawing will be held nearing the bottom of the 5 o'clock hour. The winner will report to the first floor OTB and will select one horse in the Run for the Roses. They'll be given a $1,000 wager across the board on that horse and hopefully win big. So Derby hat contest coming up. Derby Mega Bet drawing in the first floor OTB. Racing back with those carryovers on Monday from 2:10 p.m. Eastern. Until next time, good luck with all of your Kentucky Derby wagers and have a good night. And late pick 5. All in. Off in the Saturday finale. Nearest the inside. Special Bad Habit, lot of night rides. Here comes a charge from Cigar on the Beach, Our Love Interest, with She's a Bolt of Fire, and AJK Viejo Titan inside the final 110 yards. It is toward the inside, Cigar on the Beach in a bobber with AJK Viejo Titan. Close call. And late pick 5. All in. Off in the Saturday finale. Nearest the inside. Special Bad Habit, lot of night rides. Here comes a charge from Cigar on the Beach, Our Love Interest, with She's a Bolt of Fire, and AJK Viejo Titan inside the final 110 yards. It is toward the inside, Cigar on the Beach in a bobber with AJK Viejo Titan. Close call. Our Love Interest was third well up. The 6-3 exacta took a win photograph.
Hello, once again, race fans. Coming up here in just a few minutes, we're going to have the Kentucky Derby hat contest. If you have not signed up, come on down to the winner's circle, just outside the winner's circle, right here behind me. You'll see Rick Moore and Gino there signing people up. You have just about 20-25 minutes to sign up. The hat contest will be at 5 o'clock. Again, if you have not signed up, come on and sign up here adjacent to the winner's circle. You'll get a $5 wagering voucher just for signing up with your email. And supplies do last. We're limited to 60 entrants, so come on out. A lot of prizes. I think we pay the first five, top five here in the hat contest. Sign up next to the winner's circle.